Well, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, and welcome to the third session, the sixth session of the third IRENA Innovation Week. This is our biannual event showcasing innovative solutions for the global energy transition. This year, we're focusing on the use of renewables in industry and transport. We've had 5 excellent sessions so far this week, including a high-level opening where ministers from 4 continents discussed the policy context. And then on Monday and Tuesday, we were focused on the supply side of the decarbonising industry and transport. And we had excellent discussions on the role of direct electrification, on the role of biofuels and biofeedstocks, and the role of hydrogen and e-fuels. So today we've turned to the demand side, and this morning we had an excellent detailed discussion on industrial sectors, the hard to decarbonise industrial sectors. And now it's transport's turn. My name is Paul Durrant. I'm head of end-use sectors and bioenergy in IRENA's Innovation and Technology Centre. Also overall responsibility for running this event, though I have to say it's the fantastic team led by Martina Lyons that has made this such a success so far. It's my pleasure to be your host today, and I'll try and walk you smoothly through this event. Do bear with us if we have the odd technical hitch, but I hope we will get through it smoothly. To kick us off, let me introduce Dolf Gielen, who is Director of IRENA's Innovation and Technology Centre. Dolf will provide some brief opening remarks, and then we have a presentation from Minister from Canada. Dolf, over to you, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Paul, and welcome everyone to this session. Thank you for joining this third IRENA Innovation Week. This one is different from previous 2 innovation weeks because it's online due to the circumstances. The previous innovation week in 2018 focused on power systems flexibility, integration of solar and wind, and this time, as Paul said, we will focus on end-use sectors and sector coupling. So the world is facing an energy transition. You see it everywhere, from new wind turbines and solar panels to electric vehicles and low oil prices. However, we need to accelerate the energy transition 4- to 5-fold if we want to stay within the Paris climate objectives. More and more countries are subscribing to an ambitious goal of decarbonization by 2050 or 60. And while the objective is clear, the path to get there is not so clear, and especially in hard to decarbonize sectors in transport and industry, where technology innovation is key. So these sectors are therefore at the core of our discussions this week. This includes electrification and green hydrogen, both of course also of interest in the transport sector, as well as biomass use. This Innovation Week is part of a growing IRENA program of work focused on end-use sectors. This week's discussions build on inputs such as our annual Global Renewable Energy Outlook that was published in April, as well as our Reaching Zero with Renewables report that we launched on 21st of September. Insights from the discussions this week will inform our further work, including the next edition of our Global Outlook in spring 21. And we will also work with partners to ensure that the insights inform key climate discussions in preparation for COP26 November 21. So IRENA Innovation Week will provide essential input for the global debate on 1.5 degrees scenarios. We have 6 sessions over 4 days where we want to inspire and inform decision makers by showing what's possible, showcase innovative solutions from around the world that can help deliver deep decarbonization in industry and transport, and bring together innovative companies, researchers, and policymakers to explore what is being done and what we need to focus more effort on. We want your inputs into this session. The dialogue is a core part of it. You can ask questions through the Q&A function. Time allowing, our moderators will try to include these in the panel debates. You can also use the chat function to share your reactions to what you are hearing or to share insights from your own work. We'll capture all your feedback and utilize it in the next phase of analysis and engagement on this topic. I hope for a fruitful and engaging dialogue, and thank you for your attention. This concludes my opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Dolf. I think that sets the scene very nicely. Just to clarify one little point, you can only use the Q&A function. So if you want to post comments or questions, please use the Q&A function. So now we'd like to bring you a opening presentation from His Excellency Seamus O'Regan, who's Minister of Natural Resources in Canada. Bear with us just a moment. It might take us a moment just to load up this video. We had some technical glitches in our opening ceremony and we were unable to play it properly at the time. So we were keen to bring this to you now as part of the scene setting for today's discussion. So fingers crossed it's going to work this time. Well, many thanks to Mr. Oregon there. I thought those really inspiring remarks and set the scene very nicely for today's discussion. I'm also very glad that the video played this time. So, as Dolph said in his introductions, under normal circumstances, we would want to have met you in person. We would have been holding our Innovation Week in Bonn and invited you all there. So it's a great shame not to be able to chat to you in person, but having a virtual event has some benefits too. We can connect from anywhere in the world, and in fact we have over 2,000 registered attendees from over 147 different countries. And our speakers come from a diverse range of countries as well. So we're really bringing that global perspective, and I guess that's one advantage of being online. Today's session is entitled Transforming Transport, Innovative Renewable-Based Solutions in Road Freight, Shipping and Aviation. And IRENA is really pleased to be able to organise this session in partnership with the International Transport Forum. The ITF is an intergovernmental organisation with 62 member countries. It acts as a think tank for transport policy and organises an annual summit of transport ministers. It's the only global body that covers all transport modes. It's been a pleasure to work with our ITF colleagues on bringing you this panel and securing an excellent lineup of speakers, and thank you very much for that collaboration. Let me give you a brief overview of the agenda, and then I will give you some housekeeping points, and then we'll get into the speakers. So, agenda up on the screen there. So we're going to have a couple of scene-setting presentations from Roland Roche and from Jari Kaupala, and then we will have 4 panel discussions. You see them up there on the screen, covering 3 sectors and then the cross-cutting dimensions of those sectors. We will then finish with some brief closing remarks, wrapping up the discussion and summarising some of the key points. It's a long session. Please bear with us. I can promise you that we've got engaging speakers and you'll hear a lot of interesting insights. Before we embark upon all of that, just some practicalities. So all of you are currently muted. I'm afraid you will remain muted throughout as necessary to avoid background noise. However, there is a way for you to communicate with us, and that's the Q&A function. We really want to hear from you in terms of questions for our panelists, and we will do our best to utilize many of those during the Q&A sessions of our panels. Apologies in advance, we clearly cannot answer all questions, but we are recording them and we will use them in our further work. So please use the Q&A for that. You can also use the Q&A to post comments, to tell us who you are, to share your insights. We're keen to hear from you. If you have any technical issues, then you can also flag that in the Q&A. We may not be able to help very much. Do also check the Cisco website, the WebEx website as well. And then lastly, this session is being recorded. All the slides and the recording of this session will be posted on the Innovation Week website soon thereafter, maybe as early as tomorrow morning, and will be available. But clearly that means that this is a public session. It's been also streamed live on YouTube, so we're not operating under Chatham House rules. So without further ado, let's move right into the scene-setting part of our presentation. It's my pleasure to introduce you to Roland Roche, Deputy Director, IRENA Innovation and Technology Centre. Let me hand over to Roland and introductory remarks. Thanks, Roland.
Thanks, Paul, for the introduction. Dear ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome and to everyone, and thank you all for joining us for this session, Transforming Transport. I will start here with a scene-setting presentation, Decarbonising Transport with Renewables. Please, can I have the first slide? Next slide, please. Can we move the slides on decarbonising transport? Yes, thank you. Decarbonising transport. So this Reaching Zero with Renewables report just launched last week outlines the best available deep decarbonisation options for the most energy-intensive industries and key transport sectors. Transport as a whole is responsible for nearly a quarter of global CO2 emissions. While electrification seems like the best path for decarbonizing rail and light-duty road transport, the path is not so clear for shipping and aviation and road transport. So these are the three sectors alone were responsible for 11% of global CO2 emissions in 2017. Look here at this left pie chart. And if current policy and plans stay in place, this share is expected to grow, so till 2050, then to grow to 50%. So this is the right pie chart, as other sectors decarbonize faster. So while they decarbonize, increase, are others decarbonizing faster. So in order to completely decarbonize this sector, this report considers 4 options, which will come in all the following slides. So the 4 options which will all contribute to decarbonization are reduced demand and improved energy efficiency. Second, direct use of clean, predominantly renewable electricity. Third, direct use of renewable heat and biomass. And then 4, indirect use of clean electricity via hydrogen and synthetic fuels. The next slide, please. So here, this is the first slide that looks into aviation. As a second slide, and aviation accounted for 11% of all transport-related emissions, or almost 3% of global CO2 emissions in 2017. By 2050, aviation is expected to emit 2.1 gigatons of CO2 per year. And in order to completely decarbonize it, we see 3 potential options. So the first option is advanced biofuels in the form of biojet are the most technologically straightforward pathway to decarbonize the aviation sector. But current production meets only 0.0004%, no, sorry, it's 0.004% of global jet fuel demand. Perceived barriers for biofuels include regulatory shortcomings, availability of financing, and feedstock costs and accessibility. Second, the second solution are synthetic aviation fuels produced from green hydrogen could play a role as drop-in fuels. But production is currently very limited and costs are very high. So exacerbated by a lack of demand for the fuels at the current price point, we have also recently seen Airbus announce zero-emission concept aircrafts based on hydrogen combustion. So this is an option worth keeping an eye on. So third option here is electric propulsion. Electric propulsion has some advantages over jet engines, such as lower complexity and maintenance costs. However, due to physical limitations related to mass, weight, and volume, the technology is currently only feasible for small planes and short-haul flights. So in terms of the role of each decarbonization option, we as IRENA estimate that 52% of CO2 emissions by 2060 will be abated through reduced demand and energy efficiency improvements. 23% through the use of advanced biofuels, and 25% through the use of hydrogen and possible other synthetic fuels. Please, the next slide. Next slide looks into road freight transport. Road freight transport accounted for 27% of all transport-related emissions, over 6% of global CO2 emissions in 2017. By 2050, road freight transport is expected to emit 2.3 gigatons of CO2 per year. And in order to completely decarbonize it, we see here also on road freight transport 3 potential options. First option is battery vehicles are a feasible decarbonization option for light-duty freight transport. So this includes the last mile delivery vehicles, but due to their heavy loads and high power requirements, batteries are more difficult, also not impossible to implement in road freight transport. Battery technology will need to improve and decrease in cost in order for them to be feasible. So cost is here key related to battery, cost reductions are key for battery electric vehicles. Then hydrogen is, and the fuel cells of electric vehicles are another emerging option for heavy duty road transport, as they may allow for longer ranges than battery electric vehicles. The third option here is biofuels. Biofuels are already used commercially in some markets. However, there are limited production and relatively high costs to remain as barriers. And feedstock availability is another potential limitation. In terms of the role of each decarbonization option, we estimate that 20% of CO2 by 2060 emissions will be abated through reduced demand and energy efficiency improvements. 44% via direct electrification, 50% through the use of advanced biofuels, and 22% through the use of hydrogen and possibly other synthetic fuels. The last slide missing here is on shipping. This is the shipping slide is still missing, please. The road freight, aviation. Okay, shipping. Shipping is accounted for 10% of all transport-related emissions, or more than 2% of global CO2 emissions in 2017. Of course, shipping is probably the last sector to come for decarbonization due to the current high efficiency of the shipping sector and the very cheap fuels, heavy fuel oils that are used in shipping. So that means by 2050, shipping is expected to emit still 1 gigaton of CO2 per year. Improvements in energy efficiency can mitigate some of these emissions, but as trade volumes grow, so there is additional growing trade volumes to grow the sector, will eventually need to shift to renewable fuels and to alternative means of propulsion in order to completely decarbonize the sectors. And we see here two main options to help to decarbonize the shipping sector. First, biofuels are an immediately available option to decarbonize the shipping sector, either in blends or as drop-in fuels. However, their potential is currently limited by uncertainties in the industry regarding their availability, the sustainability, and the costs. Secondly, hydrogen and e-fuels produced from renewable power could play an important role, but their adoption would require substantial adaptations to existing onboard and onshore infrastructure and thus costs. Ammonium and methanol produced from renewable power are other emerging options, and these emerging options are of the most feasible low carbon fuel pathways. Then electrification via batteries or fuel cells could play an important role for short distance vessels. So for ferries, coastal and river shipping, the electrification via batteries on short distance could be the option here. So finally, the solutions here, in terms of the role of each decarbonization option, we estimate that 40% of CO2 emissions by 2060 will be abated through reduced demand and energy efficiency improvements. 1% via direct electrification, so with the mentioned short distance vessels, 10% through the use of advanced biofuels, and 49% through the use of green hydrogen-based synthetic fuels. My last slide, please. Yes, I finally would like to speak about the work IRENA is the upcoming work on transport IRENA is doing. We are already on the 22nd of October. We are organizing a virtual event together with the Fenta Forum on electric trucking. Then we have in the pipeline an innovation outlook on renewable methanol that we will shortly launch. Then we are working on an innovation outlook on biofuels for aviation. This has been launched already 3 years ago. We are doing an update on this one. Innovation landscape report on small electrification is in production. And the report I spoke about is navigating the way to a renewable energy future. We hope to launch a 2.0 edition in the beginning of next year. Thanks a lot. I hope that were interesting insights, and I look forward to moderate the next session. Thank you. Thank you, Paul.
Many thanks, Roland. I think that sets the scene very nicely indeed. So let me ask our second speaker to share his insights. Our second speaker is Jari Kopela, who's head of quantitative policy analysis and foresight in the International Transport Forum. Jari, can I hand the floor to you? I'll load up your slides.
Thank you very much, Paul, and good afternoon to everyone from Paris, where we are based as an International Transport Forum. First, I'd like to thank Director Gielen for inviting ITF to co-organize this event. We are really excited to be part of the Innovation Week of IRENA. I have a few slides to give a background to ITF a little bit and the work we do and the motivation for us to work on renewable energy and going beyond the transportation sector. If I may have the next slide, please. So, Paul, thank you very much for introducing the ITF already, so I don't necessarily need to go through the details of the slide here, but I just want to highlight a couple of the things here. International Transport Forum, we have 62 member countries, and these member countries account for more than 70% of all the global road transport, 80% of air transport, and 90% of global maritime transport. So we have a major impact, if you wish, within our transport ministers to really tackle the challenges of the transportation sector in the future. The other part I'd like to just highlight is our analytical work at the ITF, the data statistics and our foresight modeling activities. The ITF Transport Outlook is our flagship publication that looks at global transport demand up to 2050 and sets the scenarios depending on the different policy choices we take for decarbonizing the transportation sector as a whole. One of the findings from our last edition, which came out last year, really highlighted the importance of innovations. If we continue on the current policy pathway, the transport sector CO2 emissions will actually grow 60% from the levels of 2015 by 2050. So that is obviously completely against our objectives for decarbonizing the transportation. However, with more stringent innovative policies, we can reduce those emissions by 30% by 2050 from 2015 levels. However, that is still not enough to reach the well below 2 degree or less 1.5 degree scenario and objectives that our governments have put forward and have agreed on in the Paris Agreement 2015. So my message here is that innovation really is needed to decarbonize the transportation sector. And that's why we are really excited to be here today. And some of my colleagues will be moderating the sessions upcoming, and the insights from the discussions we're getting here will be also feeding into our ITF Transport Outlook 2021, coming out at our annual summit next year, the 26th and 28th May. This is our annual event, which will be organized in Leipzig, Germany. And again, the focus of our annual summit next year under the Irish presidency is sustainable transport innovation for sustainable future. So we're really looking forward to bringing this innovation aspect to our summit next year as well, which gathers around over 1,200 people every year, except for this year when we postpone it for the next year for obvious reasons. And really the 60+ ministers coming from our member countries and beyond to debate the transport policy issues. So just the role of innovation is extremely important for the decarbonizing transport. Next slide, please. While we work at the ITF, we work on all modes of transport. We also work on several different focal areas, but one of our 5 focal areas of ITF work really is decarbonization. The other point I wanted to make, in addition to innovation, is that transportation sector cannot decarbonize itself on its own. We need to link the transport to other sectors. And again, this is one of the key reasons, our motivation to reach beyond the transportation sector to the energy sector, the renewable energy sector, to really find solutions together to tackle this huge challenge that we are facing today. Next slide, please. But I will give you a little bit of an insight of the work we are doing at the ITF at the moment already on the decarbonizing. Right after the Paris Agreement in 2015, we launched our Decarbonizing Transport Initiative. This brings together over 70 stakeholders to work together, looking at what are the effective mitigation measures for the transportation sector that can really help us to reduce our carbon footprint and reach that zero carbon targets that we've set for. In this initiative, we have several different streams of work. We do progress tracking. We have done analysis of every single NDC, nationally determined contributions, that have been submitted to UNFCCC for the transportation sector. And interesting enough, in 60%, more than 60% of those NDCs acknowledge the significant role of transportation for reducing CO2 emissions. But the worrying part of those NDCs, which we really want to see renewed and revised, is that less than 10% of those NDCs actually include a reduction target for the transportation sector, nor an actual measure of how we will reduce CO2 emissions in the country. We also do in-depth sectoral reports. We've worked on urban passenger transport, road freight, maritime transport. We have a report upcoming on aviation decarbonization very soon. These are all available on our website, freely publicly available as well. So we're looking at different sectors in the transportation side, but we also do a lot of focus studies within the Decarbonizing Transport Initiative, looking at how the change to electrification, for example, will impact the tax revenues for road transport, and what are the issues you need to take into account in that transition, vehicle technology choices, regulations and standards for low emission vehicles, etc., etc. A lot of specific studies, a lot of the knowledge that we've been able to collect together with the 70 partners and also with our governments. We are helping several governments to build national pathways, define those pathways, how they can meet their transport CO2 reduction ambitions, move from ambition to actually action and concrete measures. And as part of our role as a platform for dialogue and pre-negotiation, we organize policy dialogue. Of course, at our annual summit in Leipzig, we have, since every year, we've organized a specific decarbonizing transport session, bringing together industry, academia, governments to discuss and really exchange on the solutions for decarbonizing transport. We are also involved heavily with the UNFCCC process and COP, and ITF is a focal point for transport in the UNFCCC as well. Next slide, I want to just use the opportunity to also promote you one of the key outcomes of the Decarbonizing Transport Initiative, and that is the Transport Climate Action Directory. As we speak to our member governments and stakeholders, we know there's a lot of ambition in the transportation sector, but what actually are the effective mitigation measures and how effective those are quantified is a key challenge. And what we have done together with the partners is really provided a catalogue of, if you wish, of effective mitigation measures that include all transport modes and also different policies, including energy policies. This is not a static exercise. We are improving, increasing the measures and the policies into the directory as we go. Actually, if you link to that website, you will be able to submit your own policies that will be reviewed by a group of experts, both internal at the International Transport Forum and external, and then posted as part of that directory. We hope that this is really a point of collection where anyone at the local government and national government or stakeholders, industry can come and look at what is the effectiveness of mitigation measures, but also what are the co-benefit or possible trade-offs of some of these measures when we are implementing them as well. And we're very pleased that UNFCCC Executive Secretary Patricia Espinosa is really endorsing the tool as one of the key tools for the transportation sector to move from ambition to action. Next slide, please. Now, Roland gave you an excellent presentation on the sort of the key pillars for the decarbonizing options for renewables. So I really don't need to go to the details of those. I think there's a lot of valuable work that we at the ITF can learn from IRENA, and I hope vice versa. And my colleagues at the end will be speaking about that future collaboration as well at the end. But if we just briefly look at the key pillars for decarbonizing pathways, we have the travel demand management, which was mentioned, reducing trip distances, looking at modal shift, maximizing the capacity of existing vehicles, both passenger and freight. Those are key important measures. However, today's focus is really on enhancing the energy efficiency of the vehicles and, most importantly, decarbonizing the energy vectors, the fuels of the transport. And here is really the importance of the innovation and some of the challenges as well today, as I will see in the next slide. Of course, we need to also minimize emissions beyond the vehicle use and energy fuel production, vehicle manufacturing, infrastructure construction. And again, this really speaks in behalf of that we all need to come together as different sectors and find those solutions together to decarbonize transport. For us working on the transportation sector, decarbonizing really is one of the key objectives, but we do have to put that into a broader framework and perspective, and the Sustainable Development Goals is that perspective for us. So how do we meet those multiple targets? Can we find co-benefits for different measures, for safety, for affordability, and I think most importantly, for access to opportunities? That is what the transportation system is built for, to provide us all access to our opportunities. And also economic growth while being environmentally friendly. So that is just to draw back a little bit from the point of view that while we look at the decarbonization, we need to keep our eye on these other objectives as well. And for my final slide, really, we know transport is essential for economic growth and development, but it also requires action to ensure that this is sustainable. So in today's session, really, if we look at the urban transport, I think the pathway towards the zero growth, zero carbon transport in urban areas is relatively clear for a lot of the transportation sector. There's the question of travel demand management. We have options for modal shifts. We have new innovative mobility solutions in our cities, and active mobility during the COVID crisis has become one of the key measures to ensure our mobility while also keeping distancing and keeping our healthy habits of walking, cycling. And of course, in terms of the technologies, electrification is seen as a quite clear option for short distance urban transport. But that is not necessarily the case for long distance transport, especially when we start talking about the road freight transport, shipping and aviation, as Roland put it. The share of these emissions will be growing if we do not find innovative solutions here. We do have key technologies that were mentioned before: battery electric, plug-in hybrids, biomass, power-to-fuels, e-fuels, and hydrogen. But I think these all have different challenges and different opportunities in the different transportation modes, and finding that right balance in different is really important. So again, innovation can help decarbonize these hard to abate sectors as well. But we need to have innovation not only in technical side, but in political, regulatory, and commercial side. So we at the ITF really see this session as an extremely important resource to help inform the future technology and policy developments in the transport sector. And more broadly, I just want to finish, we see this collaboration with IRENA as an extremely important for ITF and the whole transportation sector. And we again want to thank IRENA for the opportunity to be co-organizing this event with you. Thank you very much, and I really look forward for a very interesting discussion and debate.
Jari, thank you very much. I think that was an excellent scene setter, and we very much agree with your assessment of the systemic nature of the challenges in transport. And I think there's some great synergies to be exploited between our own work on renewables and your broader work on the transport sector. So great to have you involved here, and look forward to further working together. So having set the scene there very nicely with Roland and Jari, we're now going to dive into the first of our sectors, which is shipping. So Roland is moderating the panel for this. So let me ask Roland to give you some brief remarks, and then I will ask all the panelists to please turn on your cameras, maybe not your mics yet, but your cameras at this point in time, and we'll dive into that discussion. Thank you. Roland, over to you.
For this session, Transforming Transport. This particular panel will discuss about decarbonizing shipping with renewables. As I presented earlier in my opening remark, at present, international shipping alone accounts for around 10% of annual global emissions associated with the transport sector. In net terms, international shipping comprises about 3% of annual global emissions. International maritime shipping is often described as a hard to decarbonize sector because of technological, logistical, and economic challenges surrounding this key sector of the economy. Indeed, it is that decarbonization options for maritime shipping are currently limited. And as I said earlier, the shipping sector may come, let's say, as the last sector towards 2040, 50 to be really substantially decarbonized. At IRENA, we believe that urgent action is necessary to accelerate the pace of the energy transformation and decarbonization of the economy, including the shipping sector, a strategic sector of the global economy. In contribution to this goal, last year during the Global Maritime Forum Annual Summit in Singapore, IRENA launched its report, Navigating the Way to a Renewable Future, Solutions to Decarbonize the Shipping. Since the agency has been taking solid steps and investing efforts on the field on shipping decarbonization, as well as working with a variety of stakeholders on the topic. So in the past 6 months, there have been a lot of actions already taken by IRENA to engage with the shipping sector to find pathways to decarbonize this sector. So to further evaluate the decarbonization potential of different options, identify their deployment challenges, weigh their pros and cons, and close with their vision on what solutions are more likely to succeed on the challenge of decarbonizing international shipping. I'm very pleased today to introduce you all with the experts that are joining us today for this panel. Can I probably, for the introduction of the panelists, have the slides that gives an overview of all panelists? Also, the other panelists probably can switch the video on. So we have on the panel Tue Johansen, Tue is Senior Innovation Portfolio Manager at Maersk. Previously, Tue was Associate Professor in Chemical Engineering at the Technical University of Denmark, where he co-founded Aminex and then served as a Chief Technology Officer in the cleantech spin-out. Yes, let's say if the other panelists could switch on the videos. I hope this has been done. Then we have on the board here on the panel Bart Hellings. He is Chief Operating Officer and Chief Technology Officer at Good Fuels. Bart is responsible for the daily operation and development and testing of new biofuels for the marine market and related services and business models. Then we have, I'm very pleased to have Tristan Smith. He is a reader at the University College of London, the Energy Institute, and the director of the Research Council of the United Kingdom, funded project Shipping in Changing Climates. Among his various experiences in the shipping sector, Tristan is also the lead author of the third global greenhouse gas study from 2013. Jacob Stevenson is also amongst the panelists. Jacob is head of innovation and technology at DFDS, where he manages the portfolio of initiative around DFDS ways of using data, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and the Internet of Things for better decision making and automatization. And then, last but not least, very importantly, we have Anne-Sophie Winter-Hansen. She is investment manager at the Vaxt Fonds. Anne has over 10 years of experience working with research and development intense companies addressing large global markets. Let's say now, having presented each of the experts, I will start, let's say, with a question to all of you, so that we can go one by one, and then I would like to have also specific questions to you, and then we have to see what we can do during this timing of the session. I look very much forward to the discussion with you. So my first question to all of you, starting here with Tue, I would like to ask you, in your opinion, what are the most promising solutions and solutions available today to achieve the decarbonization of the sector? Are these solutions available today? And let's say if these solutions are in the innovation pipeline still, this will be likely the case, how far from commercial deployment are this solution you see? Please, over to Johansen.
Yeah, thank you very much. Hope everybody can hear me. You could say the lowest hanging fruit and where we can start as early as possible is in fact already ongoing a little bit. At Maersk, there is what is called Maersk Eco Delivery, where already now biofuels is being utilized on some specific routes, which is used to be able to offer CO2 neutral shipping of containers. So you could say, and that points in a direction that it's the biofuels, blend in or drop in, that is, whatever availability and price level there is right now is the easiest thing to get onto the market, of course. And that still presents a challenge because they are more expensive than you could say status quo. So it still either requires a policy or a financial instrument to make it feasible, or it requires a customer willingness to pay for, let's say, green shipping to make it happen without a loss. Then apart from that, it has already been pointed out in the introduction here that there are the synthetic fuels coming ahead, like ammonia and methanol. And these, I think methanol is already used on vessels right now, where tankers are using methanol in dual fuel engines, but it's not green methanol yet. So technically, that obstacle is more, let's say, linked to the availability and price of green methanol. And then you have another one that is discussed quite a lot these days, which is ammonia. And there, the certainty of being able to produce ammonia is, that confidence level is rather high because it's been manufactured for a century. So it's more a matter of green hydrogen. But there, in the aspect of ammonia, there are still a range of challenges to be resolved. From, let's say, from end to end, like port solutions, bunkering, and finally the engine solutions on the vessels to make that happen. So it's there are things that can be done relatively shortly, but it's also about making sure that it can be done without when it's not legally required to do it. The first movers need some kind of policy or mechanism to be able to move faster.
Thanks a lot, Tue. That's very interesting, and also in a way, let's say, very positive that methanol and ammonia already fuels which are used. So the challenge is here just to switch these fuels to green hydrogen, to a green hydrogen basis or to a green basis, and the technology to use them would be already available, and to a certain extent the infrastructure.
Well, just a comment here. For the ammonia side, the technology is not yet available. Projects are being matured right now with various companies like engine manufacturers to enable feasibility of using it on the ship. So the ship solutions are not ready yet.
Okay, so there are kind of not the size of shipping solutions available. There are also kind of smaller units propulsions available, to my understanding. Yes. Yeah, thanks, Tue. I would like to come to the lady in this panel next, and asking these questions to Anne-Sophie Binter. So what fuels do you see, and let's say what feasibility and possibility you see to use them as soon as possible, please.
Thank you, Roland. So I think shipping is fortunate in the way that aviation and road has been working with a number of these technologies beforehand. So there's that to look forward to. As you also pointed out in your introductory presentation, shipping does entail a number of different vessels. Some may be fully electrified, some may switch to fuel cells, no problem. But I think the biggest challenge we have is the deep sea shipping and the long haul transport. And for that, I think it's not realistic to have a one-to-one solution where you move away from bunker fuel and then to only one new solution. The future is going to be a combination of several different technologies likely. Some of it might be electrification in ports. Some of it might be gaseous fuels when out at sea. But for the technologies that we're talking about today, we still have the challenges of these class mandates that we always have a backup fuel on board, a liquid, easily combustible fuel, so some type of diesel equivalent. And additionally, for most of the gaseous fuels are not standalone solutions, at least not for combustion engines. So we need to move on several different tracks in order to meet a zero carbon scenario in the future. Now, that being said, the development has been ongoing. I think one of the biggest challenges is actually the infrastructure and establishing that. These are not small investments. Shipping is going to be competing with pretty much every other sector for the greenest and most sustainable solutions. This being electrification, green electricity, this being e-fuels and synthetic fuels, this being biofuels and so on. And the possibility of synergies in this aspect, I think, is particularly important for the investment case. I think one of the lessons that we have from the large biorefineries is that much like a real oil refinery, you end up with a number of different products in the end, some volatiles, some lighter liquids, some heavy liquids. And working together, I think aviation, road, chemical industry, and so on could really benefit from streamlining some of these processes.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's also interesting. I think also at IRENA, we see that infrastructure is very important, and then of course to create also a case to promote the solutions that you mentioned is very important. So next, I would like to ask Tristan Smith about this question. What do you see? Which fuels could be available? Let's say what needs to be done to make them commercially, or what are the options to make them commercially as soon as possible?
Thank you. So we have looked at lots of different fuels and tried to estimate their total cost of operation on a number of different ship types and sizes as a means to understand their future competitiveness. And I would say that in the sort of era of zero carbon fuels, which is approximately late 20s onwards, it is ammonia, which in our analyses is the most competitive, and it's strikingly more competitive than alternatives. 20 to 50% added cost is required to go to the next best options, which are hydrogen and synthetic hydrocarbons like synthetic methane. And the problem for those fuels is the cost of obtaining carbon or storage, particularly in the case of hydrogen. If you think of the volumes of fuels that an individual vessel stores, thousands of tons of oil in their current form, we do have a significant challenge associated with storing very large quantities of something like hydrogen on board a vessel, and that's one of the reasons why ammonia is so attractive. But as Tue says, there is some work to be done over the next few years. But I'm worried at the moment that basically the work will outpace the business case, that we will not have a strong enough driver by the time we get to 24, 25, when we do need investment to be significantly flowing into these options, these zero options, that the policy environment won't be ready, and that the business case drivers, so the end consumers of goods, won't already be demanding zero carbon supply chains. And so the real challenge here is for me not a technological one, actually. It's an a business environment one, and it's a regulatory one. And we desperately need the political courage to step up several gears, both at the IMO and the multilateral process, which is so important for driving investment sentiment, but also in national governments, because actually in this interim period, in this decade, where we do have to start to get the early adopters using zero carbon fuels, and maybe some of that could be biofuel, but we know biofuel is not going to be a mainstream solution, or we have a suspicion it won't be a mainstream solution. We need national governments to find ways to stimulate early adoption and to find ways to support rollout, especially of infrastructure investment, because this isn't going to happen at the speed that it needs to happen. We will otherwise have a disrupted sector with uncertainty and pause in investment, which we cannot afford given the rate of decarbonisation we are now necessary to obtain to avoid dangerous climate change.
Thank you very much, Tristan. I think I let's say pick up what you said. So the challenges here is on the side of business cases and policy and regulation, and I for sure will have a follow-up question there for you on this. I would like to ask the next candidate here, which is Bart Hellings, on what options he sees. So he's coming from a company that's called Good Fuels, and let's see what Bart has to say about the options he sees and what needs to be done to commercialize these options. Please, Bart.
Yeah, sure. Thanks a lot. Yeah, happy to tell you how we see this. At Good Fuels, we have been supplying sustainable biofuels to the shipping sector for the past years. And I must say, I pretty much recognize the comment made by Maersk earlier, that perhaps the industry is already a little bit further ahead than we might think. I mean, there are ships that burn sustainable biofuels already today in blends of 10, 20, 30, 50% biofuel in a fossil fuel. But also, I think what we do at Good Fuels, probably 80% of what we supply is 100% biofuel to ships. So that is something that is feasible, and I'm the first one to admit that is not enormously scalable already today. So what we do is, I think today we supply a handful of ships every week, and with bunker volumes, of course, that volumes increase very rapidly. But in my view, it is super important to already do what we can do today to also prove towards the industry that there is a demand. And because investors in technologies, whether it's more traditional technologies like esterification or hydrotreatment, or more advanced like pyrolysis or upgraded pyrolysis oils or hydrothermal liquefaction kind of technologies, or even beyond that, those investments will not happen if we don't show that there is a demand for fuels. We need to sort of bridge that chicken egg issue. And I recognize what the other presenters have already said about it is still too expensive. There needs to be a mandate. There needs to be global policy. The price gap needs to be bridged. The model that Maersk chooses of having shippers pay for the premium of green transportation is something that we also do with the Good Shipping program, and that works. That works for, let's say, relatively limited amount of fuels to be the premium for those fuels to be paid for. But the honest truth is also that the majority of shippers is not able or willing to pay for huge fuel volumes today. And even if they would, the scale would not be there. So it is a step-by-step supply-demand kind of game. And just to straightforwardly answer your question, technology available today is mostly lipid, fatty-based fuels that we are able to deliver as a drop-in fuel today. Let's say lignocellulosic feedstocks to oils, oils that work in a ship engine, is something that is pretty feasible in a few years from now. I'm not saying immediately as a 100% replacement, but as a step-by-step route next to the fuels that we work with today. And the advantage of those fuels, of course, is that they still work in the current infrastructure, because we all know that ships, they have a lifetime of 20 to 30 years. And the methanol or ammonia route is something that we see happening, but the business case is just not there. And it's also hard to, for example, convince a ship owner to modify or retrofit a ship when the fuel is not there.
Okay, that's very interesting to hear. Do you think there is a demand for those fuels? A very brief answer to this.
For the methanol ammonia?
Yeah, for drop-in fuels and things. Are there customers of Freight that require the use of alternative fuels already?
Yes, sure. Now, what I said is we are supplying a handful of ships every week, and those are seagoing ships that we supply with 100% biofuel. So there is a demand. Yeah.
Okay, that's very good. Thank you. I would like then to go to the last panelist here. So Jacob Stevensons, please, you're also coming from the shipping sector. Nice to hear from you what you see, what possibilities to decarbonize the shipping is already available, or what needs to be done to make this commercial. Please, Jacob.
I'm not saying that the solutions are ready and mature now, but actually I agree with the other panelists that the development is actually not the big issue here. The development goes very fast, both on the engine side, on the fuel cell side, and on getting the production up running of the new e-fuels. For DFDS, the by far biggest issue is that it makes absolutely no financial sense to build the new generation of zero emission ships. Basically, the price gap between the sustainable fuels and the fuels that our competitors are using just make it a very, very difficult business case. So that is where I think we need to focus. I think we all have a pretty good idea of what are the future fuel candidates. We all see that no matter what, we need a lot of hydrogen. Maybe we should use ammonia as the carrier, maybe methanol. Or with a bit of luck, then companies engaged, for instance, with short sea shipping or doing fairly short routes, they can use the hydrogen directly. Regarding the ammonia, yes, there still need to be some engine development done, but when we speak with the engine manufacturers, I think they're pretty much on track. And what we see is the time that goes between when we order a ship and to when we have it delivered. Typically, especially if there's new technology involved, it can be like 5 to 7 years. And within 5 to 7 years, those technologies will be available if we keep up the pace. So the biggest issue is that nobody dares to actually do it because it makes no financial sense, and our customers, they are not as willing to pay as one expects. I think. The customers buying, for instance, the biofuel today, I think it's very much part of their CSR strategy. We want to do something good. I do not think that it is because they can get their customers to actually pay the premium, or even in the vicinity of the premium that the cost is.
I think this is also well understood. We attended with a team from IRENA the Global Maritime Forum annual conference in Singapore, where exactly this was discussed. So the challenges to finance the gap and now to have a ship and the fuels that are carbon free. But there was a discussion, and this is a very brief question where you probably can give a brief answer. There was a discussion in Singapore to have a fund that supports, let's say, to some of the ship owners to finance here possibilities to have those ships that pilot in a way. Do you see in practice that there is those funds available to start with pilots, or doesn't this exist at all?
I think there are some funds out there available, and we see some very nice EU calls also now. But it is important to understand that one thing is the cost of doing a small pilot, maybe to retrofit one engine out of the 4 engines there is on board a ship, but that won't cut it. In order really to deliver on this, we are talking about new buildings. Basically that we need new vessels in order to go zero emission, and those ships, it's not like they need that we need a lot of funding to do it. But I think the biggest issue is actually the fuel that we are going to use afterwards for the next 25 years or 35 years. We need to be sure that we can get the fuel at a competitive cost. The cost of the fuel is actually much bigger than the cost of the ship, even though the ship is expensive.
Fuel cost competitiveness is the key thing, especially while the heavy fuel oils are almost for free, in the shipping sector. That's one of the main challenges.
I don't think we get it for free.
I was going to say,
like
I think
to, let's say, also given and with a look on the time, this is very interesting insights, and for a short, very interesting. I think we discussed about ammonia, e-methanol derived from green hydrogen, that this can be a solution, but of course there are still challenges, and there is a question with a more technical perspective. I have to tour. And then I have, let's say, basically the same question to Tristan with the perspective on policy and regulation, as earlier said. So what are the key challenges that need to be overcome for those fuels be technically and economically feasible? What are the steps being taken by your respective organization to enable the use of such fuels. So let's say looking at e-methanol, also looking at ammonia and the options we discussed, and Tristan on let's say the policy, regulatory, overall system, and Tue on the perspective of technology. What are the challenges you see, and what is your respective organization doing? Please, I would start with Tue, please.
Yeah, I mean I think one let's say challenge is also, let's say, to try to narrow down from, let's say, looking at 10 different options to looking at fewer options where you are considering them to be very likely to be able to be impactful and the least difficult to implement, and also with a reasonable cost. And one initiative which is actually in parallel with technical is an initiative that has come from Maersk that some of you may have seen announced earlier during the summertime, that there is a new Center for Zero Carbon Shipping that is going to start actually in these days. I have had some involvement in that as well. So this is ongoing right now, and this is also where there's a need for a convergence. Where people have faith in the ability to actually make investments and be de-risking that comes both from what Tristan will talk about with more, let's say, the policy-driven aspect and market mechanisms, but also on the technical side. So it's important to really rule out any technical uncertainties, and also what is linked to, let's say, all the, let's say, the approval steps for making this happen, which means, again, are you sure that the engine works? If you combust ammonia, you don't want to make secondary emissions of laughing gas, which is a strong greenhouse gas. If it's biomethane, you need to make sure that you have a methane slip under control. So there's the whole aspect of also understanding the life cycle, the whole end-to-end, and not just tank to propeller. We need to make sure that we're doing the right thing all the way from end to end. So I think we can, let's say, relatively easily point towards a number of project and demonstration activities, and also more, let's say, regulatory things like, really fundamentally making ammonia not just a chemical in a tank, but actually certifying it as a fuel. What does that mean? What quality? How do you do bunkering procedures with safe operation and risk management? From methanol side, it's I think technically it's simpler because dual fuel engines would be out there already. Then you have more the aspect of the manufacturing of that as green methanol. Does it come from? Is it e-methanol, or is it coming from biogas where you upgrade the CO2 and you have the methane from bio that can be converted as well? And then I think we are talking so much about a winner, and I think that's maybe less. It's not so much about a winner, it's about finding out the number of relevant ways to do this, and the scale of change is just huge. We have roughly, let's say, 300 million tons of heavy fuel oil per year. If you would need to go ammonia, you would need to triple the global ammonia production capacity just to make ammonia for shipping fuel. And I think it's maybe 4 or 5 times for methanol to increase the global capacity. And just for the benefit of good fuels, if you need to make dual fuel engines run with a biofuel, you would need to double roughly the global biodiesel production just to have enough green pilot fuel for shipping. So I think the numbers are just huge, but I think the technical challenges can be resolved. And then we just need, again, to go to Tristan and make the policy happen.
I see the challenges. A very quick follow-up question, because you're also working for Maersk. And let's say there are 2 brief answers to the first question. You think ammonia could be a security and safety problems related to this fuel? And the second question is, when would you expect, let's say, what is your perspective at Maersk, when there can be an ocean-going ammonia fuel ship in place?
Yeah, I think the first question is that right now there is global shipping of 20 million tons of ammonia per year from production sites to let's say point of users. So I mean there is a decades of experience with dealing with ammonia. So done under proper control, of course, taking all aspects into consideration, then I think technically, then with proper risk management, it can be done. But of course, it's different to have an ammonia tanker and then have a vessel that is powered by ammonia. So for sure, there's also crew training and working conditions and so forth to be taken into account. The other aspect is timing. So if you look at announcement from, let's say, MAN, they are targeting to have a dual fuel ammonia engine ready in 2024, roughly. So you could say add another 6 to 12 months, depending on the boldness of ordering one and being able to drive that out. So I think earliest possible is 2025, roughly. And then, of course, the matter is what kind of ammonia do you then put in the tank? Is it brown or green or blue?
Thank you very much. Handing over to Tristan. Also, let's say, looking at the time on, let's say, the business models, the regulatory side you see of things, and what you can see could help there to decarbonize the shipping sector. Please, Tristan.
Yeah, so I think I can try and connect a few things. I mean, the classic thing that most people jump to at this point is a carbon price. That if we have this fundamental problem that we've articulated, which is we have zero carbon options, but they're more expensive than the incumbent fossil fuels, it is not a capex problem. It is not something that is solved by what the industry is currently proposing in the International Maritime Research Fund. You know, that is not unhelpful. It does help to kind of stimulate some R&D activity and maybe give a few grants for covering some of the capex risk, but it doesn't cover the fact that there's a fundamental differential in the price of the fuel, and so it doesn't enable the scaling up of use of a fuel. It only enables small numbers of pilots, and by the time that fund is online, those pilots, I think, will have been undertaken by national governments. So the next step is obviously something like a carbon price. Now, the IMO has the potential to put a carbon price in place, which, if set at the right level, would close the competitiveness gap between the fossil fuel incumbents and the zero carbon fuel. But the barrier to that is really the fact that that's a scary price at today's analysis. You know, it's over $100 a ton on carbon. It might be $200 a ton on carbon, and instilling that is not something that a UN process is quite ready to do, and in particular one that has risks from an equity perspective. And that's the key issue here at the IMO, is actually many countries, many developing countries, are very dependent on shipping for the economic development. If you take a lot of Latin America, I mean, over 50% of their GDP comes from exports. And if their exports are reduced because transport becomes more expensive and countries don't import from distant economies, they either do their own production or they find a supplier nearby. You know, that's a significant risk to their development, and they aren't about to agree to a progressive decarbonisation action at the IMO just because they want to take that hit. So we need to find a policy design which enables equity as well as decarbonisation, and that's critical. And that's why I do think that we have this interim period for the next few years where national governments need to step up and produce this equivalent to a carbon price. Now, maybe that is a regional carbon price, maybe it's a national carbon price. It's some sort of mechanism for sharing the burden. And we've done it in the renewable energy industry. Things like contract for difference have been successfully used to subsidize a small volume entering the market, which can gradually be scaled up as costs come down. And I think we need the equivalent model in shipping. We need a low carbon price, not as low as ICS and others are proposing in the International Maritime Research Fund, which is 66 cents per ton of carbon is what they're proposing. We need something of the order of $10, $20, $30 a ton to help produce the levels of revenue that could then be used for meaningful subsidy of small volume use. And we think you need about 5% of the fuel mix by 2030 to be zero carbon for us to be on the right track of some sort of transition to get us to zero in 2050.
The right carbon price would be the key to make a decarbonizing of shipping as let's say happening in a way. And let's say there is of course also, and we discussed about biofuels, and that biofuels are already available also as drop-in fuels. And there I have a question to Bart Hellings. Let's say equally to, let's say, the carbon price, there is also concerned that these shipping fuels are sustainably produced, and thus avoiding issues related to land use competition with food production and other deforestation. what is Good Fuels doing to be sure that the fuels that are used are sustainable? That is a very important question to many.
Yeah, it is a very, very important topic, I agree. And it's also pretty hard to navigate in this because in a way it is a sort of a judgment call on whether something is sustainable and not. And even that call might change over time. For example, waste plastics might be a good idea to burn them as a fuel right now, but in a few years from now, we might be able to make new products from them and it's suddenly not sustainable anymore. So what we do is we have formed an independent board outside of our company with NGOs in that and academics who keeps us on the right path with regards to sustainability. And that is, I think that's a pretty pragmatic way in absence of the right certification. There are certifications, of course, there's ICC, there is RSB, but it is hard to source sufficiently, for example, RSB certified fuel for shipping. Although I must say that the RSB criteria, the Roundtable on Sustainable Biomaterials, are pretty robust and our sustainability board uses them as a basis in the evaluation.
Thank you very much. I would like to have another question to Jacob. No, just to Jacob. And the question is here, what are the key barriers that need to be overcome so that ship owners and operators actually start employing renewable fuels? What type of actions from a policy point of view incentivize and guarantee the first movers? So this question, please.
There are some, for instance, the issues if we should be measured on the emissions, for instance, from the specific ship, or if we should be measured on the emissions from our total fleet. And there, I think it is in order to progress, it is important that we look at the fleet perspective. So that instead of making a lot of very small incremental improvements, the ship owner, the bold ship owners, have the option to actually build the new generations of tonnage, which can be zero emission, and then later get rid of some of the older tonnage. I don't know if that answered your question.
Yeah, that's in principle, yes. Yes, thank you. The last questions, because we are running short in time, I would like to Anne-Sophie Winter. Could you share with us your point of view about those key investments that would enable to decarbonize the shipping sector and how to unlock the needed levels of investment for these purposes? So since you are coming from a fund that funds those developments, what are the needed level of investments you see to decarbonize the shipping sector, and what could be a starting point to do so?
Really good question. I also think it's almost impossible to answer, particularly because shipping does not exist in a vacuum. Every single sector is looking into decarbonising, and most of the solutions that we're looking into are somewhat similar. They are electrification when possible. They are future green fuels, potentially e-fuels, and they are existing solutions like advanced fuels, biofuels, and other things. And scaling to the point that there might be enough for shipping is, I think, not feasible to give a good answer to, because it's not a shipping problem, it's a societal problem. And the ramp up will have to be gradual. For most of the projections that I've seen, the solution of today to decarbonize would be some of the existing solutions. They have to be scaled additionally, but something like biodiesel, HTL, pyrolysis, other things were mentioned before as well. For most of the projections that I've seen for e-fuels, for instance, it's not going to be much more than demonstration level. until after 2030, and going towards 2050, a scale up of approximately 66%, which is still not enough to get us to zero carbon. For electrification, we are battling moving away from fossil electrical generation towards these green alternatives. We have a whole society that needs to be on board of that shift. Additionally, with added electrification of electrical cars, etc., this then becomes a bigger volume to fill. And if we want to create e-fuels and chemicals and things like that from electricity as well, there's just such a huge demand to fill.
So, electrification seems to be a feasible solution already for short distance shipping. Did your fund fund those projects already, or?
We've been looking into them. We don't have. I mean, we are a sovereign fund of Denmark, so our investments are somewhat local. And while we have a broad portfolio, so it's anything from electricity generation to storage to new production facilities to greenification of existing production and transport, etc., foods. So it's quite broad. We don't have a lot within shipping. In part because there hasn't been a lot of interest from the shipping sector previously, but obviously we're hoping that this will change because it's an important part of the overall transition towards a greener society.
That's thank you all. Thank you to Tue, Tristan, Jacob, Bart, and Anne-Sophie. Thanks a lot for this interesting discussion. I think I would be loving to discuss further because that gives a lot of very good insights of what is needed to decarbonize the shipping sector, on innovation, business models, what can be done already today. Very interesting discussion. Thank you all. I would like, also given the kind of timing, I would like to give back to Paul, and thank you all again for this interesting discussion. Thank you. Back to Paul. Thank you.
Yes, thanks very much, Roland, and very many thanks again to our panelists. I too thought that was a very rich discussion. I'd love to continue it, but time is against us. So we're going to move straight on through. So you heard there from shipping. We're now going to talk a bit about aviation. Some of the same solutions, but some slightly different challenges. It's going to be interesting to see the synergies between them and the differences. So our next panel is going to be moderated by Jagoba Egeland. She's the advisor to the Secretary General of the International Transport Forum. Jagoba, could I please hand over to you and allow you to introduce your panel? And to all the panelists for the aviation panel, please turn on your cameras and be ready to talk. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much, Paul, and thank you for introducing me. I was told that our discussion spans several different time zones today, so good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. I look forward to moderating this panel, which will be on decarbonizing aviation with renewables. Very quickly, the aim of this session is for the panelists to discuss the most promising and innovative technological pathways, as well as regulatory and market solutions to achieve zero emissions in the aviation sector. These instruments may include electrification, biofuels, green hydrogen, or synthetic fuels. And we indeed have with us today the perfect panel to discuss this topic. Let me briefly introduce the panelists. Glenn Llewellyn is the Vice President of Zero Emission Technologies at Airbus. Hassan Houjeri is the Climate and Sustainability Group Lead at Saudi Aramco. Valentin Betteiger is the lead on alternative fuels with Bauhaus Luftfahrt. Oskar Meyering is the project lead of future fuels at Sky NRG. And finally, last but not least, Jack Sadler is a professor at UBC, University of British Columbia. And as Paul already has said, the time is not working for us. It's working slightly against us. We have only about 45 minutes. for this session, and we are indeed running slightly behind schedule. So let's kick off. We all know that aviation is an extremely carbon-intensive sector and that a lot remains to be done to put it on a credible decarbonization path. Putting up policy levers aside for the moment, let me ask all of the panelists this. From your point of view, where are we now with the development of different technologies to help achieve decarbonization of the aviation sector? Which one of them are the most promising? What are the biggest challenges? And finally, and importantly for this session, how can government help overcome these important challenges and obstacles? We don't have government representatives on the panel, but they're here with us watching this session. So I hope that you will all have a message to them. And let me start with Glenn. Glenn, from your Airbus perspective, what are your answers to these questions?
Okay, super. Thank you for the question. I think the first point is that aviation is contributing between 2 and 3% to the overall CO2 emissions of society at large. That may seem like a relatively small number, but nonetheless, we take the challenge of decarbonising and taking aviation to being climate neutral extremely seriously, and very happy to participate in the discussion today. Second major point really is that there's no silver bullet, and I think we heard a lot of that same discussion when we were talking about the maritime sector. There is no silver bullet for eliminating aviation's climate impact. We need a series of solutions. If we just look at Airbus's product portfolio, we have already been doing a huge amount of flight testing, more than 100 flights of battery electric 2- and 4-seater aircraft, really testing the limits of what battery electric can provide to the aviation industry. And it looks like for that segment, 2 to 4 seats, maybe a little bit more, battery technology is something that's interesting. If we want to go beyond that, we already have seen a lot happening in this space, especially recently. Fuel cell propulsion technology is interesting, so we're starting to switch over to hydrogen-based solutions. And then for larger aircraft and longer ranges, we see hydrogen combustion being interesting. We revealed just a few days ago several concepts of hybrid hydrogen aircraft that we're working on in Airbus. And these are aircraft which are using raw hydrogen on board the aircraft, and hydrogen really in this context being a surrogate for renewable energy, because that's what we're interested in. We're interested in transitioning aviation to being powered by renewable energy. That is a great solution for aircraft 100 seats, 200 seats even, 1,000, 2,000 nautical mile, maybe more in terms of range. It requires new aircraft development, and this is where power-to-liquid synthetic fuels and also biofuels, so in the sustainable aviation fuel category, come into it, because those fuel types can be used on existing aircraft. It can be used today. We've already done all of the technology work required to certify all of our existing fleet to be capable of carrying up to 50% sustainable aviation fuel, and that's both biofuel and power-to-liquid synthetic fuel. And for longer ranges, so I mentioned 2,000, maybe 3,000 nautical miles being the range limit for at least the first iteration of hydrogen-powered aircraft. Power-to-liquid synthetic fuels, biofuels, they could definitely be used for longer range applications. And this is where really hydrogen starts to be extremely interesting, because hydrogen is an ingredient for the 100 to 200 seats, 1,000 nautical mile to 2,000 nautical mile, and hydrogen is also a key ingredient for synthetic fuels. And it combined, we expect that hydrogen could contribute up to 50% of aviation CO2 emission reduction in 2050. So significant potential there in hydrogen for the aviation industry. So maybe I'll stop there. That's a quick overview, or run through some of the thoughts we have, and I'll hand over to somebody else.
Thank you, Glenn. Let's get back to this later, because I really want to ask you about what do you think the biggest challenges are and how the governments can help overcome those challenges. But let's pause indeed and move on to Hassan for a review from Saudi Aramco. Hassan, the floor is yours. You are muted, Hassan, if you could unmute yourself.
Yeah, now can you hear me? Sorry. Can you hear me now? Yeah,
we can hear you very well.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I mean, my name is Hassan Hujeri. I mean, you already introduced me. I work on the climate and sustainability research and analysis at Saudi Aramco. And also, in addition to my current capacity with Saudi Aramco, luckily for this panel, I am also a member of the Fuel Task Group, which is under the UN International Civil Aviation Organization. So we were tasked to work in the past 6 years on actually in a policy framework for the international civil aviation, and that is known as the Carbon Offsetting and Reduction Scheme for International Aviation, the CORSIA in short. So I will talk about CORSIA a little bit here because it's very much important for the topic today. So I hear from the previous panel on marine, which was very interesting, of course, some concerns that were we called out policy to more or less resolve those concerns. One of them was, of course, the economic impact that the new technologies and new fuels may have on the marine industry. We also heard concerns about the technology scalability and technology readiness. So all these aspects that we are thinking about early on in the marine industry, we thought about early on in the process when framing the CORSIA policy for international aviation. And it's very interesting that the way we ended up in, okay, when we think about decarbonization, we framed CORSIA to be one of the most flexible schemes available for climate mitigation. And the reason why we did that is particularly to address this type of concerns, because the main goal is not only to decarbonize, but we don't want to break the industry. There are economic implications, there are technology scalability limitations. The decisions that we make today need to stand the 15, 20 years from today. So we need to be careful and make sure that the policy setting is technology agnostic and policy holistic. How did we do that? We brought in different elements to be able to succeed in thinking the way through decarbonizing the civil aviation industry. We first brought on the core and allowed, for the first time in international climate policy setting, we allowed the cross-sectoral carbon reduction. So we do realize that emissions reductions from aviation is one of the hard to decarbonize sectors. It's very well known. It's one of the very hard to decarbonize sectors. And to be able to achieve our decarbonization goals, we embrace flexibility and optionality. So we started by allowing cross-sectoral offsetting programs where someone can access emissions reductions and renewable technology projects beyond the aviation supply chain and to access it in other sectors. Then after that, we realized that still with the limitations on the quality of the offsetting and how to generate offsets, we still have a very long way to go. So how did we resolve that? We came in and introduced another option, where you can use alternative fuels such as what we call sustainable aviation fuels, which are jet fuels based on renewable energy. But also when we introduced SAF, we introduced it on life cycle analysis basis because we want we want technology agnostic pathways. And we understood also on our when we thought about CORSIA on the midterm until 2035, there are a lot of technology scalability issues that we need to address. So for instance, as some of my colleagues mentioned before, also in the marine, we do realize that aviation or biofuel type of pathways would not be able to be scaled up to achieve our objectives. So we ended up in thinking long term, and we even opened up further and we said, okay, even existing jet fuel supply chain that makes most of the jet fuel market today, we went on and recognized the new pathways where we can improve by doing renewable energy integration into refining industry, for example, using this type of renewable integrated technologies, coupling it with carbon capture and storage technologies, etc., within the existing supply chain to further improve it and also generate and crunch out more offsets. And then we went on at the end to think even longer and longer term, not to confine our thinking within the current technology framework, which has to be liquid. So we thought about even non-drop-in technologies such as electrification. We thought about synthetic fuels, electrofuels. This is one of the very much well-thought long-term options in the international civil aviation industry for the long term. We thought about hydrogen options and other options that may require major technological breakthroughs and advancements to catch up with the fuel requirements. So the end conclusion, if I want to end the overall learning that I received, at least from my last years working with CORSIA, is that we embrace diversity and optionality when we thought about technology, when we thought about fuels, and even when we thought about sectors. So confining our thinking into one technology or one fuel or one sector would limit very much our ability to achieve decarbonization in hard to decarbonize sectors such as aviation. So I think I gave you a very quick, but I tried to, as much as I can, to share my learning or the main takeaway message that I got from working in this field for a long time.
Thank you, Hassan. It's a very interesting perspective that indeed has a lot of diversity and focuses on what falls within the scope of CORSIA. And maybe let's go back again to particular challenges that you can see on that front. Let's move on now to Valentin from Bauhaus Luftfahrt to give us his take on what is most promising when it comes to technologies that can help decarbonize aviation. So Valentin, over to you.
Yeah, good evening. Let me say one line to Bauhaus Luftfahrt. So Bauhaus Luftfahrt is a research institution, interdisciplinary, close to Munich, and entirely dedicated to aviation. And so why do we have a research focus on alternative fuels? So we do a lot of research also in the field of electric aviation. And many concepts there are very promising, but what we clearly see is it will be range limited. And at least for the mid-range distances, long-range distance, where bulk part of the fuel burn of aviation is, we will certainly need liquid fuels in aviation. So what aviation uses at the moment is a single fuel. This is a little bit different maybe from other sectors, but it's kerosene type turbine fuels for mainly two reasons. One is energy density. This is very important in aviation. And the other thing is safety. And there we, of course, have the options to have drop-in fuels. Now we talk about hydrogen. So this is interesting why we move from a kerosene type drop-in fuel directly to hydrogen. And we come to similar conclusions as Airbus. We also see hydrogen as promising fuel for long-range aviation in the long term. And I cannot explain the specific reasons now, but more or less it's drop-in hydrocarbon fuels and liquid hydrogen, what is discussed at the moment. Concerning the drop-in fuels, we heard in the introduction more than 1 hour ago that currently aviation uses a very, very low share of biofuel, and all that biofuel that is used at the moment is lipid-based, so some waste oils, some plant oils are in that feedstocks. And we know that we cannot scale these kind of lipid fuels to the aviation fuel demand of the future. So certainly they will play a role, but we need to think about the options that we have for the bulk part of the fuel demand in terms of propane fuels. And there we have the advanced biofuels. They don't exist in the market at the moment for a lot of specific reasons, also specific to the individual technologies. And we have the upcoming e-fuels. But also the fuels are a long-term fuel perspective in my way of thinking. Nevertheless, we are going the first steps here, and we have in the first projects, and I believe we will also be in the position to bring the first e-fuels in protected markets the next decade. One thing which is important to say is all the options that we have, all the renewable options, all the fuel options, they are more expensive than the conventional fuels we use at the moment. And they are a lot more expensive. So there's little hope that any of those options will be competitive without any kind of support, let's say, for the next decade, unless we see the oil price explode. So clearly we need some type of action here. So society, governments, and so on, they need to agree that we want to see these kind of fuels in the market, and so we urgently need some kind of support and regulations to scale up any of these options. So I believe that's it for the first round.
Sounds good for the first round. I think you picked up on very interesting points. And I guess when you talk about support for the costly alternative fuels, we should probably also mention phasing out support for the existing conventional fuels, because one of the reasons that they are cheaper is also because there are various subsidies connected to that. Would you agree with that view?
Yeah, well, there's a lot to be said about that thing. I mean, there are subsidies in place, more or less, but I believe the discussion is mainly about the absence of taxation. But yeah, of course, you can do both things. You could, of course, increase the price of the conventional fuels, but you need to do a lot there. So the things we see at CORSIA, they won't help to introduce renewable fuels. So we are talking here about high carbon prices that need to be introduced in some way. So this is another question, whether making conventional fuel more expensive or letting renewable fuel evolve in protected markets, being it blending mandates or other type of supporting schemes. So I mean, these are the options that you obviously have there.
Yeah, it's very important points. Thank you, Valentin. And now over to Oscar, who has a view on these issues of a sustainable aviation fuels producer. Oscar, over to you.
Yes, good afternoon, and thank you, Jagoda. Thanks for that introduction. Let me also give a brief introduction in Sky Energy very quickly, one line. We are a global market maker in sustainable aviation fuel. We are a supplier of those fuels. So we did the first commercial flight on sustainable aviation fuels. And now we're also developing our first commercial facility on sustainable aviation fuels in the Netherlands, which is our ground, with our partner KLM. And that's right in the topic of our first the first question, right? What is the status of the different technologies? Well, that first plant will be based on the HEFA technology, which we will be sourcing waste oils for. And we decided to go to the dirty waste oils, so not use cooking oil, but more contaminated oils than that. But as Valentin and previous speakers also said, the big issue on that pathway for the future is obviously the scalability. So that's the pathway that's commercialized and able to commercialize today, but difficult to scale to vast amount numbers and not able to fulfill the entire demand of the aviation industry in the future. For other elements than sustainable aviation fuel, obviously we support a short range alternative modalities like trains and also electrical aircraft and hydrogens. I think those developments are really positive, but in the end, the longer term or the longer range flights will demand and require a drop in alternative. So in that regard, I think there's a couple of alternatives, like which hasn't been mentioned so far. De-alcohol to jet technology is quite interesting and close to a commercial setting, I would say, and also would unlock other feedstocks than lipids. So that's quite interesting. Another maybe to mention is sort of the pyrolysis and hydrothermal liquefaction pathways. Not yet certified under ASTM, but very interesting in future, although maybe difficult to get on spec towards the high specifications needed for aviation. And of course, the final one that gets more and more attention, the e-fuels or the synthetic pathway. Very interesting, I think, especially in regions where there is a vast amount of electricity against affordable prices. We need some development there in terms of technologies such as electrolysis, but also capturing technologies of CO2, both in the industrial unavoidable CO2 sources from, let's say, steel and cement, and also direct air capture, of course. So for us, no clear winner. For us, it's really important that we look at the local context. So in what region is there a certain feedstock available, and what feedstock technology combination fits with that region? So if you have a region with a lot of forestry, a big forestry industry, a pathway based on biomass makes sense. And if there's a region where there's a lot of electricity, synthetic fuels pathway makes more sense. Then coming to challenges and how to overcome those. Obviously, one is the price. We've mentioned it many times, and it's already been mentioned a couple of times, but I think there's a couple of ways to come around that, because in the end, it's one element, obviously, that's very interesting is mandating that market, specifically mandating the aviation market is an interesting tool to create that market, right? But it needs to be done smart, with strict sustainability requirements, and also with a target that's ambitious but realistic. And I think a second element to that is you don't want to per se specify technologies in such a mandate, but you want to make sure that you don't only push for, by a mandate, push for the HEFA technology that is there today, but also create a mechanism that pushes for alternative technologies in the future and alternative development of those alternative technologies. So I think I'll pause there. I'll have some other points on policy and challenges, but I don't want to say anything in the first take.
Sounds good. Thank you, Oscar. And finally, last but not least, Jack. We've heard about many different types of fuels, different technologies. Which ones do you think are most promising at the moment?
Jagoda. First of all, I want to thank you and thank IRENA and ITF for putting this very interesting session together. I think some of the background, the whole session was actually opened up with our Minister of Natural Resources, Sean O'Regan. So to put in context how important aviation is for Canada, that's 7 hours flight. So if I'm flying from Vancouver to see him in Newfoundland, that's 7 hours flight. Also, I think in one of the previous sessions, they mentioned about decarbonising long-distance transport. So I actually agree that it's not just aviation. We're joined at the hip with shipping. So one of the things that we've been working in is what's called BC Smart, British Columbia Sustainable Marine Aviation, Rail and Trucking Decarbonisation. And I think it's some of my colleagues, such as Oscar, knows Canada's lucky enough to have a major exporter of lipids, and we're a major exporter of forest products. So we're actually lucky enough to have many of the feedstocks, I think, that will be used in the short term. I mean, as my colleagues were saying, we need all of the above. I mean, I think the challenge is enormous. So it's we need hydrogen, we need electric. But I think in the short term, 99% of the flights are HEFA-based or HVO. So if you look at, and luckily we have people like World Energy or Neste who are already supplying the biojet fuel. I also want to make the point we like calling it biojet rather than sustainable aviation fuel, because defining sustainability is a lot harder than defining biojet. So with many of our international colleagues, we went out and tried to define what we mean by a biojet or a drop-in biofuel, and the definition is a liquid hydrocarbon that's fully equivalent to petroleum fuel and is fully compatible with existing petrochemical infrastructure. We try to do a chemical definition, but it's very hard. But one of my punchline is that I actually think we need the petrochemical sector as a partner in trying to decarbonize. And so we need them as a player. So I think some of the work we've been doing is what we call co-processing. So the same way as when you're refining oil, you end up with a variety of different products. You've got the gasoline, the diesel, the heavy oil fraction. With a co-processing approach, you can actually decarbonize all of them if you're decarbonizing lipid in the short term and biocrude in the longer term. So one way is to try and decarbonize, but you need a policy driver. I mean, why would someone do this? And again, I'm lucky to be in British Columbia because British Columbia and California have a low carbon fuel standard. So there's a big incentive to decarbonize. So both in terms of the producer and the user, and it's no surprise that where is World Energy located? Where is Phillips 66? So if you look in the world where many of the people are trying to decarbonize are located, it's very much a policy driver. So the way I look at it is the same way in most of the world we tax cigarettes and we tax alcohol. I mean, there's a cost associated with it. We have to cost carbon because there's an effect to carbon. So the low carbon fuel standard is one policy that's used to cost carbon and incentivize people to decarbonize. And again, our perspective here is you need all the players to tie together, the feedstock suppliers, because lipids just now, there's only so much used cooking oil, there's only so much lipids, but I see that as a way of getting the supply chain going. That will eventually be supplemented with biomass or sugar-derived fuels. And that gives us time to develop some of the hydrogen or the electric type planes. So the answer to your question, I think in the short term, we will continue to use lipid-based biojet, but I think blend the refinery rather than blending it at the airport. And I think in the longer term, we actually need all of the above because we're highly dependent on aviation. And it's unfortunate the best way to decarbonize has actually been COVID. So if I look at how we would decarbonize aviation, it's COVID that's done it, but at a huge expense. So I'll finish there.
Thank you, Jack. Indeed, COVID has made all of us fly less, but what we see is that in a few years we will end up in a similar difficult situation. So it's great that we are having these online conversations now, hopefully trying to move forward on this topic. So thank you all for this first round of questions and answers. I've been told by the organizers that we have a little bit more time than initially envisaged. So we have 15 minutes. So I would like to go back to the promising technological developments that you mentioned and ask you again, what do you think are the biggest challenges for these promising technologies and how do you think the governments can help? And I suppose when you think about governments helping with these technologies, you can think about it in two different ways. First, what should governments do as to not put hurdles under our feet so we can do what we're trying to do here? And B, what can governments actually actively do to push decarbonization and these technologies onto the market? So I will go back to Glenn. Glenn, you focused largely on hydrogen. What do you think are the biggest challenges and what can governments do to help?
Yeah, I think we need a cross-industry push to develop a hydrogen economy. Aviation is only going to be a relatively small part of the total hydrogen demand based on what hydrogen is forecast to do in order for all of us to meet the Paris Agreement. And we need incentives, we need technology support, I think, across all industries in order to create that hydrogen ecosystem that allows aviation, but also many other industries to reduce their climate impact. We also need support in terms of technology development. The aircraft that we're talking about requires some significant changes compared to technology which is flying today. For sure, we build on what's happened in the automotive and what's happened in the space industry in terms of hydrogen technologies, hydrogen storage, hydrogen distribution, fuel cell technology, even hydrogen combustion in the energy sector. Those kind of technologies for sure help us. We're not starting from nothing, but we have to adapt that technology and bring it to aeronautical standards, commercial aviation standards, in terms of performance, in terms of mass, in terms of power to weight ratio, essentially. And that is going to be a huge challenge for us over the next few years. We've said that we want to get to what's called technology readiness level 6 by 2025 for hydrogen propulsion systems. That's giving us 5 years to basically mature the technology and also flight demonstrate the technology. So it means we're going to see flying hydrogen propulsion systems on flight test bed, on flight test aircraft over the next 5 years. We've not started this only in 2020. We started this several years ago. We started it maybe three years ago. So we've already got some activity in the pipeline, but nonetheless, it's an extremely ambitious task we've set ourselves. We're talking about being the first aircraft manufacturer to bring a zero-emission commercial aircraft to reality by 2035.
Thank you, Glenn. That's a very helpful overview. Now over to Hassan for his view on this. Hassan, what do you think are the biggest challenges and how can governments help overcome these?
Actually, I need to come back to what I said in my initial intervention. When we look at the marginal cost abatement curve for the decarbonization of the international civil aviation industry, taking into account all the technologies and the fuels and the options that are available to us, we see a huge disparity in. So that there is, it's not a smooth curve at all. It comes to be more or less tending towards being an exponential curve, and that is one of the main challenges, in my opinion. When any, let's say, huge fuel producers or companies who produce jet fuel look at such an abatement curve, the first impression that they say, well, if there are some options that we have on the abatement curve that are $1,000 per ton of CO2 abated, because the technology is it has a long way to mature to a level to become cost competitive. So the first impression that they have is, well, this is not going to happen, right? I mean, yes, we can set policies, we can kind of map technologies, make roadmaps, we can even sign on policies, but in reality, the market is not really very much, cannot absorb such an economic impact. And what can governments do? From the point of view is, if we want to go and talk about diversity, first of all, the first things that governments would help in is adopting diverse policies or agnostic policies, I would say. The worst case scenario, in my opinion, is to choose one technology or to choose one type of fuel. That's where there is no way out. Either the policy will end up in not being implemented on the ground because of its economic impact, or the technology is not going to scale up or is not going to mature enough to meet the projections that we have today. Most of our projections for tomorrow may not come true. So what can we do today? We can embrace a combination of clean energy solutions in addition to carbon circularity options, which are very diverse, and there are a lot of them. We are talking about a technology package of 20 different technology categories that can be applicable to the decarbonization of the aviation industry. If to put all this into context, there should be a general consensus on an international level that there is no one technology, there is no one fuel, there is no silver bullet, and therefore there should be policies that embrace or recognize the diversity in the solutions and provide some kind of economic incentives, like governments can provide tax breaks for decarbonization technologies. There are a lot of mechanisms applicable, of course, to different industries where it's applicable. But generally speaking, I would say governments embracing and putting policies in place that are agnostic and take into account the individual industrial economic status. So there is no one mechanism. So I would say, like, for example, if you provide Saudi Aramco with a tax break for carbon capture and storage, if you want to provide a mechanism for another industry or another contributor, it has to be completely different. So there is no one size fits all in this type of mechanisms. So it's a pretty complex issue, but I would say we are trying to come together in an international setting and try to set individual or single goals for the whole world, while trying to balance out the individual regional priorities and advantages, because each region has a different advantage compared to the other regions. So it's a way to go. We are still in the midterm today, talking about 2035, and at the same time we are thinking long term beyond 2035 to 2050. We haven't yet talked about technological changes. We are still talking about the same engines with drop-in fuels, and there are a lot of economic hurdles that will face us coming forward, and therefore there should be a major focus on the economic impacts and how can governments and international regulators bring in economic solutions for the decarbonization, aviation decarbonization goals that are put in place. So that's my my position in as short as I can put it for this panel.
Thank you, Hassan. Valentin and Oscar, you already mentioned the challenges related to scalability and high cost, and the need for governments to look into supporting technologies and pushing them onto the market. Would you like to add to that? I will ask Valentin first.
Yeah, so maybe governments, one thing that certainly will help is build out the renewable capacity, decarbonize your grids, lift off the hydrogen economy, bring down the cost for electrolyzers. These are enabling technologies for all e-fuels. Especially for hydrogen, we certainly need research and development programs, and I'm positive that a few things will come, at least within Europe, pretty soon. And maybe talking a little bit from my project. So I'm coordinating Horizon 2020 project HyFlex Fuel on hydrothermal liquefaction. I'm involved in a German power to liquid project called Power Fuel. And what Oscar has said before, and what we see now in the HyFlex Fuel project, where we aim at waste and residues, so other types of biomasses that we can source potentially at low feedstock costs. they are limited and they will be distributed, and governments should really look on their regional situation. What type of feedstocks have you in place, what quantities, and so on and so forth, and then adapt a little bit your policy measures to your local situation, because as well as we don't have the silver bullet regarding the conversion technologies and the fuels, we also don't have the silver bullet regarding the regulatory measures. So I believe different things work for different fuels, and different policy measures are best adapted to the regional situation. We also see this with power fuels, where we are certainly limited by the CO2 supply when we want to produce them in large quantities. If we want to use CO2 point sources, then we again have the problem that they are at a specific location, they are limited in capacity, and so on and so forth. And here we again need some kind of regional approach to go that way. If we develop direct air capture and bring down the cost of direct air capture to some reasonable regime, then it's different. Then I believe what we will then see is that the big volumes of aviation fuels are produced at the top renewable energy locations and then transported to the airports at no cost. So, but in all other cases, feedstocks are limited. Therefore, you need to look carefully at the regional aspects and then adapt your policies to that.
Yes, thank you, Valentin. Oscar, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, sure. And I think in a European context, because as Jack said, I think we are also involved in the Canadian context and a US context, of course, and there you see clear examples of how sort of a voluntary opt-in for aviation, as we also see in the Renewable Energy Directive, can work, right? Can attract investment. So, but at the same time, aviation is a quite rigorous industry with strong sort of quality claims on the fuel. So it's not easy to make the fuel, and therefore you need a bit extra. So for example, a mandate system as being developed in Norway or Sweden now is very interesting, and we'll see some volumes flowing into that market. Obviously starting with small percentages, but steadily increasing. And the bigger you can do that in, let's say, a European context within the Green Deal being discussed, the more interesting it gets, right? And the less impact it has on the competitiveness of airlines. And I think so. That's on the market side, and on that side, I think there was also a question in the Q&A: what was the best way possible? I think, as Valentin also said, it depends a little bit on the local circumstances. So contracts for difference can be a very interesting tool to, for example, say, okay, we want to stimulate the most advanced or the best performing technology in terms of CO2, which might be less competitive on price than the currently commercial pathways. So that can be a very interesting tool. Another tool could be, that's not really out there in the market yet, but what would be a nice thought experiment for policymakers is the sort of a cap on fossil fuel, so that you just say, okay, any growth you would like to do as an industry needs to be sustainable. And that what that does is that you not compete with fossil jet fuel, but you make the business case towards an airline saying, okay, you can grow, but it needs to be sustainable. And then the business case is not against the fossil jet fuel, but whether it makes sense to do an additional flight to Spain from the Netherlands, or an additional flight to the United States from the Netherlands. And that could be an interesting tool to think about. And it's not very developed yet, but I think that's something to develop further by research institutes. On the technology side, I think Europe is quite well positioned with Horizon 2020, Horizon Europe coming now, and also I'm pretty excited about the Innovation Fund and eager to see what that will do in terms of the larger demonstration and first commercial facilities.
Thank you, Oscar. A lot to unpack there. Unfortunately, we won't have the time to take a deep dive into some of the very interesting suggestions that you put forward. Jack, you already shared some of your views on how governments can help decarbonize. So I would first like to ask you if you would like to add anything to what you already said about LCFS and pricing carbon. Is this enough? Should we be looking at other measures as well? But you are the only person, I believe, on the panel who did explicitly mention COVID. So I would also like to ask you about COVID, if you don't mind, as we're moving on to the closing of this panel, and ask you this: do you think that COVID actually helps or hinders industry's efforts to push these technologies? Do you think it's possible that we are now actually in the right place to perhaps call on governments to provide support to the aviation industry that's conditional on achieving a certain decarbonization outcomes? Jack, over to you.
So Dakota, that's what I would call a 3 beer or 3 glass of wine question there. So we need to have 3 beers or 3 wines each to discuss that. So my own sense is the COVID really, if I look at the impact on aviation, it's been colossal. So if I look at even myself in terms of, and I'm sure many of the people listening, the impact has been incredible. So I think many sectors in survival mode globally right now. So how will we come out of this is going to be key, as well as governments. I think the oil sector, the same way as BP is a distributor now of biojet, and very close to here, the BP refinery is already co-processing, so they're already decarbonizing. So I think it's not just government, it's industry. My sense is what I look at is many of the technologies that have been discussed, I think sound fantastic. I think there are ways away. And I think the big challenge we collectively have is I think fossil fuels will stay cheap for a long time. So I think the problem is how do we bridge that price gap? So my sense is that the same way I think the evolution, just now 99% flights are using low carbon, like used cooking oil. It's not a technology challenge. We can actually make biojet from lipids relatively easily. So it's not a technology challenge. It's a cost challenge and a sustainability challenge. So I think what will happen is right now we're doing used cooking oil. We can very quickly use vegetable oil, which is a bit more carbon intensive, but surprisingly not as much as I thought. We will eventually start using biocrudes. We have lots of biomass out there. It's still not enough. We still need all these other technologies as well. So my sense is that what we need to do is continue to invest in innovation. I think some of the hydrogen, but my own sense is a lot of these other technologies will be easier to implement on the land. We'll see things like hydrogen, electricity, they're all going to be pioneered on the land, just because it's easier to do. And I think once you've got some of that infrastructure showing, we can then transfer over into the other sectors. But I think the long distance sector is uniquely dependent on biofuels, drop-in biofuels. But again, I don't tend to call it now, I call it a low carbon intensity fuel, because it's going to be a blend. You're going to be blending this with fossil fuels to make use of the infrastructure. So my sense is that it will be low carbon intensity fuels that we'll be using. And I think one of the challenges is measuring the carbon intensity of fuel is not so easy. Doing a volumetric, saying it's 5% ethanol or 10% ethanol, is relatively easy to do. To basically say this is 5 times less carbon or 5% less carbon intensive is not so easy. So we need to basically invest a lot in there so that there is approval. And I think the work ICAO is doing is excellent. It's pushing it because what we as a society is going to have to differentiate. Why should we pay more for jet fuel than green diesel? Because it's actually easier to make diesel than jet. And all the policies are to use renewable diesel right now. There's not a lot of policies to use the jet. So I think that the technical and policy aspects have to go hand in hand. And the long answer to your question, I'm hoping COVID will be a way of resetting things as we recover, which I'm sure we will. How much do we as a society look at the longer term issue? COVID is a shorter term issue. Climate change, I mean, I look at the forest fires in California, of which we've been affected. Vancouver had the worst air quality last week, all because of California fires, and that's an indication of we're all connected. So sorry if I didn't answer your question directly there.
Thank you, Jack. I think that's a perfect way to finish our panel. And unfortunately, we have now run out of time. So let's stop here. The plan is now for my colleague Pierpaolo Cazzola to take key points from this discussion into the final session. Pierre will be moderating that. I look forward to that. We need to wait a little bit for that session. So I encourage all of you to stay for that concluding panel. I'd like to thank the panelists for sharing their knowledge and perspectives with us. It was an immensely interesting session. It's really a pity that we had only 45 minutes to talk about these important issues. And I would also like to thank the audience for listening to the panel. I will now like to give the floor back to Paul. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jagoda. Sorry, I keep mispronouncing your name. I do apologize. Thank you very much. That was an excellent, moderated session, and very many thanks to our speakers. We got a great deal of useful information from you there. I agree, it would be lovely to have gone longer. One small correction, we still have 2 panels to go because we have the third of our transport sectors to cover before we try and bring it all together. Do bear with us. I think the parallels that we're drawing between the different sectors, we've had shipping, we've had aviation, we're now going to look at road freight. Some similarities, some differences, but crucially there are synergies between them, particularly in the supply and to some extent the use of those fuels. So without further ado, we're about 10-12 minutes behind schedule now, so we've caught up quite well, and hopefully by the end we'll finish on time. But I'm going to hand you straight over to Francisco Bachel, who's lead analyst on innovation in IRENA's Innovation and Technology Center, to introduce his panel. I'm going to please ask the panelists for road freight to turn on your videos. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul, and welcome everyone to our panel on decarbonizing road freight transport with renewables. As previously explained by Roland, road freight transport accounts for close to 30% of all transport-related emissions, or over 6% of global CO2 emissions. In order to decarbonize trucking, we see potential options based on renewables such as biofuels, green hydrogen for fuel cells or for synthetic fuels, or battery trucks. However, different than for passenger cars, where battery cars are the option apparently gaining momentum, for trucks, the technology option is not clear yet. And in this panel, we will discuss with experts those options and what is needed to scale them up. I'm now delighted to introduce you to our expert panelists for our panel today. We have Ms. Angie Farag-Thibault, Project Lead for Clean Trucking at the World Economic Forum. We have Ms. Elisabeth Fredheim, Head of Business Development at Nikola Motor. We also have Mr. Henrik Engdahl, Chief Engineer Charging at Volvo. And from the US, we are happy to have Mr. Stephen Nadell, Executive Director of the American Council for an Energy Efficient Economy. As the session is running a little bit late, I would appreciate that the responses from our distinguished panelists are concise. And without further ado, let us start with the panelists representing the trucks manufacturing industry. So, Elisabeth, I would like to hear from you on what are the drivers for a new entrant like Nikola to get into battery and hydrogen trucks. What are the signals that you see in the market that makes you pursue those technology options? And why is Nikola working on both technologies, hydrogen and batteries? Do you see those two as complementary? Do you think that they will coexist?
Yes, good morning and thank you everyone. I guess good morning and good afternoon, good evening. We have people all over the world. Really appreciate being here. So so maybe just a quick background on Nikola, and that we are a zero emission vehicle manufacturer and we are focused on battery and hydrogen technologies. And so the reason, we wanted to get into becoming an OEM is that we really saw an opportunity to look at vehicles differently, right? We needed to take a clean sheet design to this and not just look at developing or retrofitting kind of a legacy architecture to ensure that these new vehicles really are going to be safe and perform and compete with traditional options out there. A lot of times, you know, when you're talking about zero emission vehicles and even internally, right, you start thinking about cars or lighter vehicles, and you know, these are really tools to do work, right? And so they need to be operating, they need to be able to carry the loads, they need to be able to handle the speeds, all of those things. And so if we're not really thinking differently, you know, we really felt that we couldn't produce vehicles that would truly compete with the diesel market. There's a quote out there that I love that talks about, you know, the light bulb did not come from the continuous improvement of candles, right? We really needed to look differently at the problem and go from a clean sheet design, again, to make sure these vehicles are as effective as their competing options. When it comes to batteries and hydrogen, you know, we really believe there's a place for both. As anyone here that is in the freight transportation business knows, you know, a truck is not a truck. Every truck is, you know, running a different duty cycle. It's in a different operating environment. It has different requirements of what it needs to do. And so battery and fuel cell bring different strengths to the table depending on that operation. So the most common distinction that you'll see out there is range. Right now, with the density and weight of batteries, they're really not a good option for longer haul applications, whereas fuel cells, you know, you get at least double, if not more, for the same weight. And so that's the most common distinction. To what I would add a couple to those. So even if you are in a shorter haul application where batteries are truly most effective, you know, in that stop and go environment, if you have a high payload, again, fuel cells may be a better option for you because they are a lighter technology. And the other environment that I would say hydrogen has an advantage is if you are in what I call a quick turn application. So let's say you're double shifting the trucks where one driver gets in, does their shift, gets out, another driver hops in fairly quickly and goes on their shift. So these trucks are constantly moving, you know, 20 to 22 hours a day often, even if they're in a shorter length of haul environment, like a lot of port and drayage trucks, their length of haul may only be, you know, even 10 miles, but they're constantly moving or trying to do those runs. Now, granted, they're sometimes stuck in line at the ports, but there's not necessarily a fuel or a charger right there. So in those types of applications where the trucks are constantly moving, fuel cells again have an advantage because the fueling time is, you know, 15 minutes versus the hours that we have for hydrogen. So we really do believe there's an option for both, a place for both technologies in the future. And you know, both technologies again are advancing extremely fast. And so, you know, we're excited that even, I would say even 2-3 years ago, moving to zero emission for heavy duty trucks seemed like, you know, an impossibility in the near term. But, you know, I think we're there.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And I think your last point is very encouraging, and I think we have the same view. 2-3 years ago, the decarbonization of trucking was really kind of not really on the radar of many policymakers on the market. Now, actually, it's good to see actually different options emerging, and as you said, different options for different segments of the market. I would like to come back to you later on the infrastructure question, but before that, I would like to move to Henrik. And basically for you, Henrik, the same question. In your case, as a, say, well-established truck manufacturer in this market for many decades as Volvo, you see the same drivers to move now into battery and hydrogen trucks, and also you see both technologies coexisting, or you think that, for example, hydrogen will definitely win because they have, as Elizabeth mentioned, the advantage of the long range, or you think that batteries will develop so quick that maybe they will anyway maybe outpace the speed of hydrogen trucks? So what is your view on that, Henry?
Thank you, Francisco. From many aspects, I do agree with Elizabeth, as you mentioned before. Hydrogen and
hydrogen batteries do have different benefits, and it's certainly related to range. But what you should add to these as well is if you look at the well-to-wheel energy efficiency of those, they are also differing, which is then probably to the advantage of the battery electric truck. So exactly how this will turn out will depend on how willing our customers are to actually change the behavior on how they are operating. If you can make a system that uses less energy, that means better economy for your operations essentially, and thereby you can actually have an advantage from a battery truck, although it may be not running quite as long as a hydrogen truck is running. This being said, we know there are applications that requires these long ranges, mostly because they are operating in environments where there are few trucks available. So if you have a limited amount of traffic running, then you certainly need to figure out a way of getting infrastructure there that is quite concentrated in a few different places. Very simple example is the Swedish forest industry, where you need to go fairly long distances, and you rarely go more than twice on the same road with a truck before you pick up your load. What else to be said? Yeah, we do believe that there's quite a bit more to the truck than the powertrain alone, meaning that it could be a strength to actually keep on using the technology that we have in our conventional vehicle and converting them into propulsion by other means. So much of the technology is actually already proven in battle, more or less, of the things that we do. What else to be said? I guess that's the most important one, and our reason for using electrical propulsion of some sort is obviously to decarbonize the operation of our customers, being the long-term goal, and then we are operating under all the laws and regulations that is available within the European Union and in other places as well, and this is also pushing us in this direction, I would say.
Thank you, Henrik. Very, very interesting to listen also that definitely in the case, for example, of Europe, the new directives related to the transport sector and the regulation are really now having an impact on the market, and see how manufacturers that you are really move forward also due to these regulatory aspects. So this is very interesting from the European case, and also how the different markets may also have a different need for products. I think you mentioned about the long range, and we know that in Europe, trucks on average may drive around 500 kilometers per day. Maybe in the US and Australia, that would be different. They would really need to drive much longer than that, which may also, let's say, push certain type of product for the different markets and certain technology. So that's quite interesting. I will come back to you also on the electric and charging of electric trucks in a moment. But now I would like to move to Angie. So Angie, we have now heard about hydrogen, fuel cell trucks, battery trucks, but how about biofuels and synthetic fuels, for example? And from the full portfolio of options, do you think that we will see kind of a winner in the near future? And what is going to be important in the coming years to test and check for the different options through use cases to enable us to scale up certain solutions to meet our climate objectives?
Thanks, Francisco, for a great question. I will try to address some of those points in the time I have. Firstly, thank you very much for the invite. It's an honor to be part of this such an important conference this week, so thank you for that. So I guess addressing it from the end, really, if we look at the climate goals, what we're really trying to aim for here is very ambitious. Of course, we need to look at full decarbonization of road freight by 2050 to meet the Paris goals. And as the largest emitter in the transport segment, increasing in demand times 3 times by 2050. That is a big goal. And so I think, overall we need a suite of solutions, and we need a suite of acceleration levers to also help get us there. And I think what's very important also is having very clear, agreed upon milestones to be able to get there. If you look at some of the most relevant research that we see today from various important organizations, I mean, we could look at this in the sense of, let's say, 30% of new truck sales need to be zero-emission trucks by 2030, going up to 80% by 2040 to reach 100% by 2050. And that obviously needs associated infrastructure to be able to be deployed. So this is a lot of change. But as we've heard on other panels, the technology can come quickly. And I think what's important to recognize also is, indeed, as we've also heard, that mix is going to be really important of different fuel types. It's going to be very dependent on the various use cases, the various geographies we're talking about, the policy environments. And also you can look at this through the lens of the time frame too. We need to make sure that the demand is there. We need to make sure the demand from those that use transport services is there, which can also then help policymakers and financiers to see that there is a market and to help enable that to move faster. So if you look at those options that you just laid out, I mean, in the very short term, if we're talking long haul, obviously biofuels and biogas, etc., are really the only options right now. Obviously, the electric is very much a solution in the short term right now for short haul, but for long haul, we really need to look at the electric and hydrogen solutions, which may take a bit more time to develop and have the associated infrastructure. Right now, of course, today we need to make sure that optimization is very much the top of the agenda as well. That was talked about in earlier panels. And particularly where there are markets where there's, the renewables is just not really an option right now, that optimization has to be a part of the solution and looking at how do we curtail demand. So as said, a bag of solutions that need to be implemented, as Henrik and Elizabeth have talked about. Electric obviously seems to be a big winner, but green hydrogen in the future will be really important for those various different runs, as Elizabeth articulated. And just going to your point then about what needs to happen to ensure that we can scale these solutions, clearly it's just about creating the enabling environment that's required to make all of the renewable solutions more favorable than the diesel option. And we're seeing a lot of good signals towards that direction. The new trucks that are being put onto the market now, the demand signal that's coming for clean energy, policy, we're seeing really good signals from, for example, the California regulation is quite a trailblazer, and from the finance community that are really realizing the big investment opportunities in this area. I think that when we want to look at what is the right enabling environment, though, we need to look at, as you said, as specific use cases. And that's going to be a very important lens to look through. And at the forum, that's what we're intending to do through the new initiative, the Road Freight Zero, which is looking at accelerating the viability and deployment of long-haul fleets and infrastructure to meet the Paris goals. When we look at that through a use case scenario, we need to look at what are the barriers for scaling these options. I mean, the technology is there. It needs to still be tested, of course, in certain cases. But how can we identify the specific barriers that we can then create strong, clear, one-voice recommendations to the finance community and to policymakers to create that relevant enabling environment? And this initiative joins a suite of other collaborations right now, which is really, really powerful and helpful to help the private sector come together as a value chain and help move this forward. And then also brings confidence to policymakers on very specific things that need to happen to help us reach those goals. I'd love to get into more detail on everything I've just said, but I know we're limited in time, so I leave it there.
Thank you very much, Angie. And yeah, this is very exciting, and I trust that we will have time to expand a little bit more on some of the important points you highlighted. Such as, so far, I see that there is kind of agreement that all options will be needed and would coexist, but then you raise a very important point that for that, we need to really pull the demand. And that demand, as also mentioned by Elizabeth and by Henrik, may come also from regulation and policy measures. So I think that there is definitely a big role to play here from policymakers and regulators to actually, through right regulations and directives, to pull such a market, so car manufacturers and other actors can really see the potential to make profits and a business opportunity there. So I would like to come back to you on the policy aspects in a moment, but now I would like to go to Stephen. What we have here also is that it seems to be that at least for short-haul applications, batteries are picking up quite quickly. And actually, I think Angie also mentioned that there are very ambitious targets in some regions like Europe that by 2030 we should have around 30% zero-emission trucks in the region, so maybe around 150,000 electric trucks produced per year in Europe. But I wonder what would be the impact of all those trucks charging at rest and depot areas on the electricity grids. And I guess that would be quite a big peak demand for power systems. So in the US, are you seeing that utilities are already considering how to manage such a peak demand if e-trucks really take off in the near future, like for example in California? And for you, what would be a smart charging approach for electric trucks?
Now, happy first to very briefly weigh in this question about electric, hydrogen, biofuels. In the US, I'm hearing a lot more interest in general in electric, although very much a recognition for long hauls, we probably will need green hydrogen. People vary on the length, but typically somewhere around 800 kilometers is the most commonly mentioned distance where you might switch over, recognizing very much that it will depend on the particulars of the load, the terrain, et cetera. Turning to your question, assuming we have lots of electric trucks, the utilities I talk to, by and large, are not worried about the peak generating demand. These loads are modest compared to everything else. The expectation is a lot of this charging will happen overnight. Certainly, any regional haul, any bus types and delivery vans, they usually don't deliver at night, so that will be great for charging. And people are talking about various rates, demand charges, and other things to really strongly encourage the nighttime charging. The bigger issue I'm hearing is how do you get the distribution power to these truck charging venues? I've heard of fleet yards, truck stops that might need 5 to 20 megawatts of power to charge multiple trucks at the same time. Yes, you can stage them. And utilities can get 20 megawatts probably to anywhere with enough time and expense. But we're going to have to be planning how to do it, where those big loads are going to be. And you can't just call up the utility and say, I need 10 megawatts next week. It will take often several years to do the planning. I was just talking to one utility this morning who's dealing with some initial charging applications, and they're saying, okay, how much power can we get to your current yard? Have you considered maybe you need a second yard? For example, this one company I was talking to said, yeah, this one site they looked at, they can charge 30, in this case, it's large transit buses, without too much difficulty. But if it goes beyond that, they said there's going to be major costs, and they're trying to encourage this particular transit operator. How about a second yard rather than the big expense to charge, in this case, all 50 of their buses at one yard? So planning the distribution is probably, from what I'm hearing, a bigger challenge than, gee, how do we meet the peak load?
Thank you, Stephen. That's a very good reality check, and I think that you raise a very good point. I mean, if this transition is happening quite fast, and we see these ambitious plans in many districts on electric buses, electric trucks, at least for delivery and so on. And I can imagine that the utilities, if they get a call today, look, I want a fleet of electric vans, or my electric buses, and the buses will arrive in 2 months. Can I have 20 megawatts of peak capacity in my yard in 2 months? They will say, okay, I think we need to plan that a little bit better, no? So these are the things that may actually be bottlenecks for this whole transition. And I think this point of really planning know the needed infrastructure quite ahead is very important, and it's not only about the electricity sector, but the urban planning, transport, etc. So, and I also would like to come back to this issue about the planning, smart planning of this infrastructure. Now, I see we're getting some questions also from the audience, so I would like to, relevant to the discussion, so I would like to pick some of those. So, going back to you, Angie. There is a question on, it looks like all sectors, not only transport, but industry, transport sector, all are talking about requiring massive amounts of renewable electricity, renewable hydrogen, bioenergy. So should therefore the truck sector agree to better focus on one of those options, like biofuels, and leave the others to be used by other industry sectors, or can we produce all these amounts of renewables that need for all the sectors and foster synergies between sectors to scale up?
Thank you for the key question. Well, I mean, I think what we were all discussing now is very much like we need systems thinking, without a doubt. You know, you need to look at this as an entire system, whether it's at a country level or through for a fuel type or whatever, in terms of even as just the transport system, like what is the best fuel for the different sectors where we see that there's like no other choice for a specific transport mode, then yeah, we should be giving that fuel there. But I think that there needs to be some more research on this. I think that we're seeing that, I mean, through some of the cross-sector platforms, for example, Mission Possible platform that WEF has put together, looking at the how to get to zero emissions for the hard to abate sectors. It's a big question, you know, how can we look at where to allocate those different fuel types across the hard to abate sectors. But I very much agree with the point that there can be something with the economies of scale, and how do you make sure we can organize it such that there is some benefit across sectors when you can very much you know, scale up a green hydrogen solution, for example. So we've seen a really good leadership example of looking at that from that lens with this the Danish partnership, I think it's called H2RES, where you've got various players across the industry value chain and transport and researchers and Hydrogen Europe, etc., looking at exactly that question. You know, how can we make sure that that supply is then available across sectors, and where are those benefits, and where do we need to play up and down, if you like. But I think that you know, definitely there's it's a big question. I'd love to hear other people's perspective on this. I think biofuels is not the future solution though here, and I think we're all aligned a little bit on that in terms of we're really looking at the electric and hydrogen, green hydrogen, and future synthetic fuels, especially for long haul trucking, and maybe the biofuels and sustainable biofuels is much more relevant for aviation future, but they might have other points about that.
Thanks, Angie. That's very interesting also. And I think we are now getting a little bit more into, okay, not all options are great and everything. Now we're getting a bit more concrete. I see that you have the opinion that biofuels, for example, might be better placed for aviation, and maybe other options like batteries, hydrogen could be better placed for trucks. So this is quite interesting. And now there is another question that I see that I think would be quite interesting for Henrik. It's about charging technology for electric trucks. So we are seeing now technologies for charging between 1 to 3 megawatts per charging point. And we also hear about pantographs, which I think is those overhead cables. So are pantographs an option? And second, for the charging points of more than 1 megawatt, is Volvo, for example, already discussing with power utilities on the best charging options for the energy system and how to support the power sector and not become a burden for it? So what is your view on that, Henrik?
To start off with the first one, and the pantograph are mainly addressing our bus application, where you have a big, nice flat roof where you can actually make the connection. This would be much harder in a truck installation, and thereby we are not looking for that kind of solutions there. The megawatt charging interface is certainly being developed, and the very high numbers are mostly related to making sure that this is really future-proof, so that we don't need to change the connector in a future infrastructure, but can reuse the same kind of connectors all over the place. It may certainly make sense in some applications, and in those applications, at some rare occasions in their use pattern, it may make sense to install that kind of charging infrastructure. But that will then most probably be in locations where you have how should I say, frequent visits of trucks that need to be refilled, recharged really quickly. So something like along the highway, for example. This is, however, most probably not the place where most of the energy will be supplied. Just as Stephen mentioned before, many of the trucks are actually standing still overnight. And this is a much better location and time to actually replenish the batteries then. What we have seen, though, looking into the usage patterns of our present vehicles, so the ones using combustion engines, is that there is a bit of time in their schedule as well, and there are locations which they frequently return to during the day, during their operations, which could be used for refilling the energy storages. And given that this time is not super long, maybe, but it's an hour here and there, it could actually be a possibility to replenish your energy storage during the day. And in this way, you can also reduce the need for battery in the system in total. So if you can recharge during the day, then you don't need to install as much batteries from the beginning, which would also be advantages from a well-to-wheel perspective on the vehicle side, so to say, or cradle to grave, sorry. The studies we've made so far, we haven't shared that much, but we would be interested in actually bilaterally discussing these locations that we see would be suitable for charging infrastructure with utilities, for example, to see, well, is this really a region where we should start off electrifying? Because we also believe that we need to start placing some seeds in some specific regions, maybe, to get some charging infrastructure there, to get some trucks there, to get to some sort of critical mass, to make the economy of the system actually work out. Because if you spread it thin all over Europe and the US, then you will have to have a lot of charging infrastructure before you can get any business into your charging installations there. And to answer to Angie before on the biofuels, there will be a little bit of biofuels for some applications as well. In the trucking industry. But looking at the total amount of energy that is needed in order to convert this to a fossil-free system, then renewable electricity is probably the only direction we can actually look. We're not as big as the past car guys. They are about twice our size in terms of energy consumption, but we're way too big for actually taking the biofuels out there for our purpose alone.
Thank you so much, Henrik. Also interesting that now we have biofuels back in the picture again. That's nice, and it shows the nuance of how to solve decarbonize the transport sector. But coming to the charging infrastructure, I think very good points on the importance of actually selecting the right location for the charging. I think this is aligned with what Stephen also explained to us on what is happening in the US, as well as that perhaps there is no need for actually so many charging points over 1 megawatt. Maybe, as you said, the resting times required for drivers and so on give enough time to have with lower capacity charging points, giving also the opportunity to simultaneously charge more trucks in one location. So I think that's also aligned with what could be kind of a smart approach for charging these trucks. Now I see that we have a question on hydrogen trucks that I would like to address to Elizabeth. So it is on the needed infrastructure for hydrogen trucks. It looks like electric charging points will be rolled out faster. Will this kill hydrogen trucks? And what can policymakers do to support the deployment of required hydrogen infrastructure?
Sure, yeah. Appreciate the conversation. So I would say, I mean, electric vehicles definitely do have a little bit of a leg up. You know, they're the first ones that are out there, and so we're already starting to see charging stations being put out. Probably, you know, not many, if any, at the 1 megawatt speed, which you know, some of the customers, I think, in the trial periods, they're okay with slower speeds. But in some applications are looking for maybe, again, I think Henrik made a great comment that, you know, I don't think we need 1 megawatt everywhere, but there certainly will be some areas. When it comes to the hydrogen stations, you know, technology in this case is changing really fast. Our initial strategy was to do on-site generation, and that was for a couple of reasons. You know, one being we're going to eliminate the emissions of transporting the fuel all over the place, and two, just lowering some of the costs and being able to do green with electrolysis. But there is a lot of technology improvement that's happening, and that started maybe just stepping back quickly. Some of the disadvantages of that model is the requirements for, you know, a fairly substantial amount of land. You know, you're talking 8-10 acres if you're going to include, you know, truck parking and convenience stores and all of the services that truckers are looking for at those types of stops. A large amount of power. So again, you know, if you want to get a large amount of power someplace, you know, Steve was talking about that, it can be very difficult in some areas. And so as we look forward, both to improve on the flexibility of where, you know, our customers can fuel. A lot of customers have in the freight business will have their own on-site fueling options, as well as to speed up the implementation of stations, a hub and spoke solution where you are generating sort of centrally a very large amount of hydrogen and then delivering it out to more just dispensing stations rather than generating on site. And that way, you know, you need less land, you need less energy, all of those things to support those stations. And so I think that type of solution will help us much more quickly roll out stations to support our customers and roll them out in areas that are probably more conducive to their operation. A lot of, you know, the customers, they're understanding that some of these technologies may require a change in how they operate, but that can be difficult and then could also drive inefficiencies in other parts of their operation. You know, if they're having to go a significant amount of distance off their route in order to pick up the fuel, you know, we're causing other inefficiencies and kind of wasted energy use, going back to Angie's comments about lowering demand. So for us to be able to put the fuel where they need it is going to be very important. Just quickly on the policy side, one of the things, you know, as we talk about being able to roll out these vehicles, I talk about a three-legged stool. As we're looking at regulations and incentives, you're seeing a lot out there that support the vehicle. You see a lot out there that are supporting the infrastructure, not as much around the fuel itself, right? And we're going to need some time. Fossil fuels have about 100-year head start on us. So we're going to need some time to catch up. And so we're remembering that, you know, even if you have a less expensive vehicle and you've subsidized the installation of the infrastructure, if the fuel itself still can't compete, you know, we're not going to get the adoption at the speeds that we need. And so for both electric and hydrogen, obviously energy or electricity is a big part of that. So encouraging policymakers to look at the electricity space and how do we get to kind of wholesale pricing? How do we get to direct access for some of these pricing mechanisms, et cetera, for the customers, reducing demand charges, things like that. So energy area is going to be extremely important for both fuels, whether it's a battery truck or a fuel cell truck. That electricity is a big part of it. So we really need to focus in and ensure, like I said, that we are incentivizing the fuel itself and not just the vehicle or the infrastructure.
Thank you, Elizabeth. That's a brilliant point, I think, about incentivizing the fuel and not the vehicle. And also, as you said, at the end of the day, they share also, these technologies share some common aspects, like renewable electricity is key for both. So that's something that policymakers should also move hand in hand with the intentions, let's say, to decarbonize the transport sector. And also you point to engage with the private sector, especially like service stations, and provide them, let's say, with a business model that is attractive for them to also develop such a hydrogen or even electric infrastructure is key. Excellent points. I would like to go now to Stephen with a question we got about, again, charging. And it seems to be that charging technology is there, but what is needed in terms of regulation and grid operation to minimize the risk of charging electric trucks simultaneously, especially what can policymakers, regulators, and transport sector planners do to anticipate those problems of the future, or will all be fixed by private sector and entrepreneurs?
Already in the United States, the regulators are starting to pay attention. To give an example, the state governments in California, Oregon, and Washington have worked together to undertake an initiative to have heavy-duty truck charging stations roughly every 100 miles along Interstate 5, which goes from Canada down the west coast to Mexico. So the state regulators are working together. They're still figuring out the details exactly who's going to build these charging stations, but they're now trying to locate the locations, make sure they have electricity, etc. So that's an example. Likewise, in California, the regulators have been encouraging the electric utilities to offer programs to help with planning and incentives for the infrastructure, but I'm going to particularly pick up on the planning. But the major utilities either have those programs or just starting them, and a few of the initial charging stations are going in, and they're really emphasizing not just how do you put in a charging station to do your 2 pilot trucks, but where do you want to go over the next 10 years, and how do we develop a phase plan so for a given site that you can do your initial installation, but you already have the infrastructure in place so you can steadily add additional charging as you add more trucks. Likewise, in New England, the utilities in Rhode Island, Massachusetts, New York, and Connecticut are rolling out those type of programs to really work with their customers to plan the infrastructure needs. And I say utilities are doing it with the active involvement and support of the utility regulators. So yes, everybody has to work together. This is not just for private sector to say, okay, I'm going to suddenly build a power station that will supply 20 megawatts. No, you have to plan this typically over a decade across for an entire region. And those efforts are beginning on the West Coast and the Northeast. I'm hearing some in the upper Midwest, Chicago, that area, but other areas in the US at least have to catch up, but they'll have some good examples. I'd also very briefly weigh in on the question of biofuels. What we're hearing in the US is, yes, we probably have enough biofuels to supply 5-10% of our energy, but what's the most useful? And as Angie pointed out, aviation, but the other use I keep hearing about is for space heating on those extremely cold days where the peak demand will be too high to just serve it by heat pumps. When it gets, 20, 30 below 0 centigrade and the heat pumps don't work that well. And people are talking biogas using existing networks to help meet the needs just on those peak days as another major use, probably not too much for freight.
Thank you, Stephen. I think that, again, your point on planning is key, and I think it's one of the takeaways also from this session. Very important for policymakers, and also interesting to see how in the US already some initiatives, and actually at the state level, some cooperation and coordination to actually develop the needed infrastructure. I think that such a cooperation is crucial also because in regions like US, Europe, and Asia, These trucks also cross borders within the states or even countries, and I think that they need the infrastructure here or there. I need to charge here or there, so I think that that's also another aspect which is quite important. We still have a couple of minutes before we wrap up, so I would like to ask all of you the same question. So a final remark from each one of you. Now we are being heard by a few hundred of people through this webinar. Many of those are actually policymakers from different countries. So you have now the chance to talk to them. And what would you tell them in line with what we have discussed? What they need to keep in mind now to anticipate any problem that they may face in the future, independently of the technology that we select, but what are the key considerations they need to take action now to have a decarbonized transport sector in the next 10, 20 years? So maybe let me start with Elizabeth, that's okay?
Sure, thank you. It's nice to go first. I feel like I have an advantage picking things, so I'll try not to pick too much out of this. But you know, as I mentioned, kind of thinking through the entire value chain of what you're trying to drive. You know, in the case of freight, the vehicle, the infrastructure, and the fuel. I would say don't let perfect get in the way of good. You know, sometimes we want to drive that final perfect solution right off the bat, but it's going to take some time. You know, even as we're trying to develop some of these vehicles, it's very easy to try to you know, shift everything at one time, and we need to kind of look at what that transition is. And lastly, I would say it's, you know, it's really important to be thinking of, you know, the carrot and the stick approach. Again, the carrot, where the advantage is, you know, again, like I said, we are 100 years behind fossil fuels, and there's a lot of steps we need to take to go forward. And so some of these technologies don't have, you know, necessarily the efficiency, the performance, the weight, different things. There are some disadvantages right now as they scale. And so how do we encourage the customers to adopt? How do we encourage them to transition? That's where the carrot comes in. I think the stick is also important as you think about policy and you think about regulation. And the biggest advantage that I see is that it drives a strategy, right? It drives some coordination that we need at all levels. It's very difficult when you know, one local area has its own policies and drivers and things, and then, you know, right next door you've got somebody that has something different. I think as Steve and Angie and Henrik all, you know, have talked about, we need to have some kind of coordinated strategy to move this forward. And so I think sometimes when you have the stick, you know, as mentioned, California's most recent regulations, I think we're starting to drive coordination, you know, between government entities, even between industry and between players within industry in the private sector. It encourages them all to kind of talk and coordinate and collaborate and share information. So I think, you know, ensuring that you have both of those tactics in mind is important. And thank you all for having us here.
Great, fantastic. Thank you, Elizabeth, for joining us. And I think your points on coordination is great. Actually, this morning we had a session on the decarbonizing industry sector, and the representative from the Methanol Institute was saying, look, we ask also policymakers to let us make mistakes. We are all learning and we need time. So I just reminded me your comment also, like, look, we also need a bit of time. We are moving good and fast, but please bear with us. Now, maybe Stephen, what would be your take, your comments for the policymakers hearing us now?
Right. To pick up on what Elizabeth said, I think targets can be very useful, and these are longer-term targets, so people know where they're trying to go, can plan accordingly. California's adopted those for heavy vehicles. 15 other U.S. states have committed to adopting them shortly. And then the users have that, you know, 10, 15 years to plan how they're going to meet these steadily increasing targets. You know, so as I've said, planning is important. You have the targets, actually know what your end date is, what your milestones are as you can do it. I'd also note that incentives are going to be very useful in the short term. We like the idea of phased incentives, so they start high, but then phase down as volumes increase. Ultimately, we're not going to have incentives everywhere, but to help get over some of the first cost barriers and build up economies of scale, these incentives that start high and phase down can be very useful, whether it's for the vehicles themselves or for some of the infrastructure.
Thank you, Stephen. Targets, definitely quite important. Thank you so much. And Angie, from your side, a couple of key points for our policymakers.
Thank you. So yeah, building on everything that's been said on this panel, which has been excellent. I think my big takeaway is we all need to think differently and reimagine energy systems, the transport system, and the land use system. And I hope you can hear me because I seem to be having internet trouble.
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, okay, good. Sorry. And so whilst I think that there's a lot of learnings, there's a lot of learnings to still be made. We need to leverage the learnings of where there's been some successes. So I would say that governments really need to think about collaborating, hearing from each other. I think the point that Jari made earlier about this point that the ITF is creating a directory of policy measures is really important, and we should all be feeding into that so that there can be that shared learning. But a couple of key things I think that should need to happen is really for policymakers to focus on decarbonising power. And strengthening the power distribution networks that we can then, build from. The subsidies are really key, as Elizabeth indicated, and Stephen too, and this idea that we need to look at the fuels itself, taking a lot of learnings from the electricity sector and how that really supported solar and wind, and that just took off. And this point around really harmonizing policy is really important to help the market actually take off as well, like where we can see zero emission goals at a cities level and a country level is very much going to help the private sector to move forward effectively. But I think the radical collaboration is maybe the key thing to get talking to each other, learn from each other and move forward collectively.
Thanks, Angie. Yeah, collaboration and also leveraging on success, like the good work from our partners of ITF and others. That's a very good point. Henrik, finally, let us, last but not least, hear your take for our policymakers.
First of all, I'd like to agree with what has been said before, especially with what Stephen said, that if you do incentives, then do them high first and take them out later slowly. We know initially we will have quite price-sensitive customers, and if they don't know about the residual value, which will always be an issue for a new technology, then it will be very hard to get that rolling properly. Another thing to keep in mind is that our customer's operation is bound to present infrastructure. It's bound to logistics hubs, to loading and unloading docks, and to roads that is already out there. Keep this in mind when we build the infrastructure that we need to supply the energy to these vehicles. It is often forgotten, I've seen in the discussion, but that is also something that is actually distributing the use of charging infrastructure into different places and different times of the day as well. And the last thing to keep in mind is that ultimately physics rules. We are here dealing with a limited resource, which is renewable energy. So always keep in mind the efficiency of the solution you choose to promote, since this will have side effects on the energy system as such. Thus, if you use the energy that's available to in the most efficient way, you get the best system solution out of this in the end.
Thank you, Henrik. And definitely the stability of these incentives create also the certainty for investors and the market to move forward. So this is a very, very good point as well. Well, we have run out of time, but I want to thank again all our distinguished panelists. Thank you, Angie, Elizabeth, Stephen, Henrik. And we will be, let's say, in contact with you in the future for the future work of IRENA on this topic. Thank you so much. Highly appreciate it. And now back to you, Paul. Thanks.
Thank you, Francisco, and many thanks from me too to our panel. Again, some really rich insights. I pity Pier Paolo, who's got to try and summarize some of this at the end. So we're almost back on time. We're in the final straight. Do bear with us, because I think now we've got a fascinating discussion where we try to bring together the three sectors that you've already heard about and look at the synergies and cross-sectoral strategies that we can explore. So without further ado, let me hand over to Pier Paolo, and please, his panel, turn on your videos. Pier Paolo is going to chair this for the next 40 minutes or so, and then we'll have some closing remarks, and we'll let you go at that point. So Pier Paolo, over to you.
Thank you very much, Paul. And yes, we are in charge of trying to pull strings from what has been discussed so far and go a little bit deeper on the policy discussion and try to elaborate what could be policy answers to the things that have been brought up in the first three panels. I would like to start this on by introducing to all of you our panelists. So we have Jane Hoop, Deputy Director for Environment in the Air Transport Bureau of ICAO. She is not going to be able to be participating to the discussion, but she will have a contribution in the form of a recorded video that we're going to show at the very beginning. So once I'm done with introducing all the panelists. We have Mariette van Hempel, Director for Sustainable Mobility at the Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management of the Netherlands. Randall Krantz, Senior Project Advisor of the Getting to Zero Coalition at the Global Maritime Forum, and Christoph Wolf, who's Head of Mobility at the World Economic Forum. We also had Axel Volkeri, Team Leader for the Clean Transport at the European Commission in DG Move, but unfortunately he cannot make it due to an issue that came up this afternoon, a family issue, and so we will. He will not be a part of the panel discussion. Again, in order to leave and ensure that we can have a smooth discussion, the suggestion IRENA and us had is to get this started with a contribution from Jane Hoop, who is inevitably going to be focused on aviation, and then from there I'll try to provide a little summary of what I have understood of the two discussions so far, and we'll move into the discussion. So Paul, I don't know if the video of Jane is ready to go, but it's a good moment now to. So thanks to IRENA colleagues for the video, and thanks to Jane Hoop for this contribution. As I mentioned earlier, our task now is to try to pull strings from the panels we had earlier on shipping, aviation, and road freight, so the hard-to-abate transport sector, parts of the transport sector, find areas where there could be synergies, then convert them into subjects that relate with the policy action that needs to be taken to deal with them, and also talk about action that has already started, since we have excellent speakers and fully capable of covering that. Very briefly, what I've understood, or what I tried to pull together to summarize what we just heard. So my understanding is that there is some degree of consensus or that direct electrification can be an option also for these longer distance transport modes, in particular, for example, for e-ferries, and in the form of, for example, PHEVs or BEVs for trucking, at least for some part of the trucking. But also that there is a strong relevance of solutions such as hydrogen and synthetic fuels when it comes to technologies, especially for the longer distances, and in particular for shipping and aviation. Biofuels were also cited as an option on the table, sometimes coupled with challenges in terms of scale, sustainability, but definitely as part of the solution. Scale was cited as one of the challenges we need to face. The transition is massive, and scaling up the hydrogen economy is a big challenge. It probably requires lots of change, lots of modification, lots of policy action. Speakers, especially, for example, in the last session, underlined the importance of energy efficiency. So ensuring that energy efficient solutions come first in order to deal with some of the scale challenges that are attached to more inefficient production pathways and production and use pathways. I understand also that getting a little bit into the policy discussion, carbon pricing came up as one of the options we should look into, we should consider in the discussion we're going to have now. Regulatory incentives, sometimes, for example, people talked about blending mandates. The topic of low carbon fuel standards, which is kind of combining carbon pricing and regulatory incentive, also came up when discussing fuels. Several speakers underlined the importance to prioritize low carbon electricity and green hydrogen, and in particular hydrogen from renewables, since we're talking about the role of renewables in this specific context. And one topic that emerged partially, and I think it could be important also to flag, is the opportunities that exist from integrating renewable feedstocks into existing petrochemical processes. This is something that Jack, for example, brought up, and I think it's an interesting option. It can actually benefit from the integration of renewable hydrogen, and I think it's something worth being flagged also, just to introduce the following discussion. Finally, the last point. The speaker brought up the topic of direct air capture and carbon capture use and more than sequestration as a possibility in the presence of large and abundant amounts of renewable electricity to also contribute to the decarbonization of these hard-to-abate transport modes. So that's roughly speaking what I understood in terms of topics that we have covered. Once we prepared a little bit this debate with IRENA, we came up with different sets of questions for the speakers. So we will have slightly more time than we expected, given that we have one speaker less. And The key questions that I think I would like to put on the table for the speakers and then give some time to each of them to elaborate is, first, do you agree with this summary? Is this something that is faithful to what you also understood? Second is, do you see policy priorities that should be targeting specific subsectors, so shipping, aviation, and road freight transport? Do you see synergies and other policies that can address at once all these sectors? Do you see a role for cross-sectoral cooperation? This was brought up, especially, for example, in this last panel debate on road freight. Is there a role for international cooperation? And also, is COVID accelerating the transition, or is it slowing it down? So there's a broad range of topics to cover. I think all speakers can give their own angle on what they think is the most important point amongst those that I raised. But I think this provides quite a bit of ground to help addressing this policy prioritization panel. So I would be pleased to let Mariette van Empel start picking up and kicking off the discussion. So Mariette, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Pier Paolo. A lot of questions, so I'll just dig in some of them and try to give some review of my position and of the Dutch government. You asked key actions which need to be taken, and I would like to distinguish them in three areas. I think legislation, innovation, and market uptake. If I heard from you right, that's also the panel here before was talking about those things. If I'm looking to the regulatory framework, I think the most important is to start with ambition and anchoring action together with the stakeholders. In the Netherlands, we have a national climate agreement, and there we have joint targets, which are set for the introduction of the uptake of the zero-emission vehicles, but also the rollout of a dedicated energy infrastructure. And not only in the Netherlands, you see in much more countries, ambitious targets set for an end of the internal combustion engine for cars. I think it's in Norway 2025. In the Netherlands, it's by 2030. And I also heard Stephen Nadal from California in the previous panel said that targets and straight targets are really important to achieve our goals. We also have ambitions on freight and resulting in stronger regulation, which is a logical next step. And also for aviation, we have a national aviation plan aiming for 50% of carbon dioxide reduction by 2050. So if we are looking at the moment at the European Green Deal, we really want actively to contribute, because I think it's very important to have strict targets to achieve, and that will also enhance innovation. So that's the innovation is the second one. I think that's crucial if we want to decarbonize the transport, but it's also really necessary to connect with the renewable energy infrastructure. If you see, for example, the battery electric and hydrogen vans and trucks, they are at the horizon, but they're not commercial in large quantities yet. And the same with clean aviation fuels and ships on hydrogens, they are still in the initial phase of development. So the challenges are to improve the range and to bring down the costs. And I think that's also in the design of the energy system, is necessary to match and to keep up pace with the corresponding alternative fuels for transport and the charging infrastructure. So we try to boost research and development to tackle market imperfections and to give car and truck manufacturers an outlook to a market. And green funds, but grants can help to overcome the higher costs, I think, in the initial phase, and to scale up experiments. Then if we look at the market, I think one of our key priorities is demand orientation. And we can, as government, be a launching customer, and we do as much as we can, but we need also the private sector. And so I'm glad we have companies like Heineken and IKEA and DHL with a strong societal commitment, and they can play a key role towards the industry. And let me just quickly go to the next, or one of the next questions which you asked about international cooperation. Generally speaking, cooperation is needed to put and keep decarbonization transport higher on the political, transport and economic agenda. That's also why we try, for example, by COP26 to have special transport days. For that reason, we are also actively supporting alliances of the frontrunners. And for example, the Transport Decarbonization Alliance, the TDA, the Dutch are at the moment, or my minister is chairing this TDA for this moment. And there are working companies, cities and countries together with like-minded professionals, and paving the way for a scale-up for sustainable transport of mobility. And if you're looking, for example, for aviation and maritime shipping, but Randall will know better than I do probably, it is due to international governance of the sector that developments must take place at European or global level in ICAO and IMO. But it's really necessary because they contribute to a large CO2 reduction. Then I'm thinking other questions which you asked, for example, you asked policy interventions. Can they help to overcome barriers and ensure synergies, if I'm right? And I think a good example of a policy intervention is the introduction of a co-funding scheme to support climate technologies in transport. And we challenged the transport sector to come with ideas and projects, including vehicles and infrastructure and applications to facilitate our ambition. And after the first round, there was so much interest that we started the second round. And now we also have, besides road transport, we also have inland shipping and mobile machinery as subsectors who are really interested. Maybe I should just stop for this moment and give my colleagues also the word, and then afterwards we can come to the other question you asked.
Thank you very much, Mariette. And indeed, I would like everyone to have a first round. So the next is Randall. Do you also want to attempt to answer to this broad spectrum of questions?
I'll attempt. Definitely a broad spectrum of questions, and thank you very much for having us here. Thank you, Pier Paolo, and thank you, Irena, for hosting this. I'll focus on two questions, although they're obviously linked to others. So the first is on key actions. I mean, one of the things that we need to be able to do, especially in shipping, is to figure out, improve, and demonstrate what are the new technologies. Shipping is a sector where the new technologies are going to be a full disconnect from past technologies. And one of the reasons for that is that with the targets set out by the IMO of at least 50% reduction by 2050, which I'll remind people is not enough to be compliant to a Paris 1.5 degree scenario. That would have to be a full decarbonization, which is not the limit that the industry has yet set for itself, although it does say at least 50%. So there's a window for that, and hopefully we can cover that and the need for that a little bit later. But within that, you cannot get there by energy efficiency alone. And so we need to have new zero emission fuels that are going to have to come into play. And as Tristan alluded to earlier, those are going to have to come into play by 2030. And it's estimated by some of Tristan's and other calculations that we would want to have 5% of the fuel mix by 2030 to be zero emission fuels in order to set us on track for 2050. what's interesting is that whether our ambition in 2050 is a 50% reduction or 100% reduction in emissions, either way, the timeline between now and 2030 is fairly consistent. So I think one of the things that's important is that we don't get caught up too much in the long-term target, and we can focus more importantly on what it is that we can do now. So in order to get to that fuel mix on the water by 2030, we need to have the full-scale demonstrations. And people have mentioned in domestic shipping on ferries, there are electric demonstrations now. There's some hydrogen demonstrations that are on the water. There are currently no ammonia demonstrations. The main reason for that is because the engine technology hasn't actually been developed. So you talk to MAN Energy Solutions, and they have not yet combusted ammonia inside an engine. They're expecting to do that in 2023 and to have something that is ready for market in 2024, 2025. So they're looking at their first demonstrations potentially 2024, and that means that 2025 is going to be the first opportunity for that to be at a commercial demonstration. So this is new technology. There's going to be a bunch of unknowns, but we need to make sure that the landscape and everything is ready so that those can be rolled out. What we'll need by 2025 is we do need not just one or two demonstrations. We need dozens of demonstrations on different technologies covering all geographies of the world. One of the important things about different technologies is that we could easily spend all of our efforts between now and 2030 focusing on drop-in biofuels, which would work, which could decarbonize a part of the industry, but they would not set us up for getting to the scale that we need to get to 50% or 100% decarbonization. For that, we're going to need much different and new technologies. And so it's important that we start investing in those earlier rather than later. People often ask, what are those? We don't know exactly, but ammonia is definitely going to play a large part of that. Other synthetic fuels and hydrogen derivatives will as well. Hydrogen itself will be a likely contender, though that will depend on the length of the journey that's being used. So if those are some of the actions that we need to have in the next 5 years, it was also mentioned earlier that the timescales for building a ship from an order to it being on the water are 5 to 7 years. So that means that as soon as these demonstrations are getting on the water, we need to start getting orders as soon as possible to actually be able to scale up by 5 years later. So the timelines of this are actually, even though we're talking about perhaps a 2050 timeline, there's a lot to be done in the next 5 years. Now, one of the things that can help us do that, of course, is policy. And shipping is special. It's global in nature. It needs a very long-term view because of the duration of not just the land-based infrastructure, but the ship infrastructure, the vessel infrastructure itself. So we're talking about 25 to 30 years. And this is also one of the reasons that 2030 becomes such a key year, because vessels that are put on the water in 2030 will still be on the water in 2050. So what's interesting about here is that we have the IMO, the International Maritime Organization, that is the global regulator. They have their initial strategy, which targets the 50% reduction. They also have some interim targets, and one of the challenges is that we need more coherence across policies. So the IMO has an efficiency target of 40% efficiency. That's on a vessel level by 2030. But if you add up the numbers, that doesn't add up to even a 50% reduction in absolute terms by 2050. So we need to be more ambitious on from a policy level on what are the interim targets that we have between now and 2050. The other important thing related to that is that we need to focus on what it is that governments can do now, and there's many governments that are champions of climate, that are champions at the UNFCCC, that are not champions at IMO. And so it's important that we have coherence across governments, across the different ministries, so that you have negotiators on one intergovernmental treaty that are in line with their negotiations on another intergovernmental treaty, both within the broad realm of the United Nations. And so you might have a country that is fearful that added costs to maritime would threaten their exports of commodities, for example. But it's important that the governments kind of get in line and that there's a coherent voice across their negotiations across all of these sectors. And so if they're pro decarbonization in UNFCCC, it would be great to see that stepped up within the IMO, and I think that could help things in the next really important set of negotiations leading up to the 2023 next call it adjustments of the initial strategy at the IMO. And then the final piece that I'll mention is the role, you ask about the role of international cooperation. And of course, the IMO by its nature is international, but there's also a role here of national and regional programs. And so especially on the innovation side, to get those demonstrations on the water, those aren't going to come at a global level. Those demonstrations won't be put on the water by the IMO or by a global agreement. They'll come on the water and they will get their initial funding from national governments, from regional governments. So this is where the EU comes in to fund demonstration programs, to fund hydrogen programs, electrolyzer programs, and the other pieces of infrastructure that are necessary for shipping. There's something called Nordic Innovation, and through the Global Maritime Forum and the Getting to Zero Coalition, we're running a program with them called No Gaps, which is looking at which is running a feasibility study with 8 or 9 Nordic companies, and that's specifically looking at, what does that feasibility look like? What is the actual costing of a conversion of a vessel to run on ammonia in 2024, 2025? So starting to get some of those early investments on the engineering side, on the research side, that those need to be happening now. And so similarly, a lot more to be said. I'll pause now, allow others to talk, and we'll pick up some of the other questions. You're on mute now.
Thanks a lot. That helps. Yeah, Christoph, do you also want to take a first shot at the general reply, and then maybe we go one question deeper?
Yeah. So thank you very much for having us. So I'm the head of mobility at the World Economic Forum. And as such, let me take a more cross-sectorial maybe position. So the World Economic Forum is the international organization for public-private collaboration. Within actually our multi-stakeholder platform, so we are focusing on 3 areas, which are the hard-to-abate sectors, which actually are heavy transport, shipping, and aviation. And in all 3 of them, actually, we have so we have heard from actually all 3 of them today. So we have the Road Freight to Zero coalition, which is actually led by ANG on our side, and we work with TDA and many others. We have the Getting to Zero coalition on shipping, and we have the Clean Skies that Randall was just, my colleague Randall was just talking about, and then we have the Clean Skies for Tomorrow coalition in shipping and in aviation. And all 3 basically have the goal to get to net zero, or to actually to zero in 2050. We have put together with the Energy Transition Commission and the Rocky Mountain Institute, and actually quite a number of other partners, the so-called Mission Possible platform. And some of you may know there was a Mission Possible report a few years ago, which we actually worked with the Energy Transition Commission. And the core message was that in these hard-to-abate sectors, achieving the Paris target is actually possible. But technologies are there today, but it takes an effort to get there. Actually, our Mission Possible program has those 3 mobility sectors, but it also looks at steel, it looks at chemical, it looks at cement, and it looks at aluminum. And why am I saying that? If you take a systemic view, and Pier Paolo, you were basically summarizing some of the takes for the different energy basically sources. Yeah, so I think there's some systemic view coming up on electricity, which actually is electrification is the underlying assumption on all of this. And it can be direct electrification based on batteries, yeah, battery electric, or it can be for mobility, or it can be indirect versus green hydrogen. Yeah, and obviously you need to take a systemic basically view on how much is actually going to be required, where does it come from, And what about the intermittency of the energy system that needs to be balanced, and basically the seasonal requirements, and how much basically what is the demand on hydrogen? And the demand on hydrogen is actually cross-cutting. So the steel industry will also be decarbonized by hydrogen. You will need hydrogen for the heating system. You are asking for biofuels. Yeah, so biofuels, we actually have the opinion that because sustainable second generation biofuel is so actually restrained, that there won't be any biofuel for shipping. Yeah, so there may be some biofuel for trucking, but only very, very regional and very little. Yeah, so but the amount of second generation biofuel, and we just did a within Clean Skies, a study on how much sustainable biofuel is actually available across the world in which regions. I think we are convinced we need policies to reserve biofuels actually for aviation, because on the short term, aviation doesn't have much alternatives. On the longer term, it looks all different. Yeah, so I think e-fuels, sustainable aviation fuels, or green ammonia, which are all basically e-fuels of some sort, will be the norm. And I want to come to one argument which was systemic, cross-cutting argument, which was led earlier. This transition is also very much a social transition. It's a societal transition, and it's a global transition, and it needs to be equitable. Yeah. So, and we think, for example, that in order not just to decarbonize Europe or to decarbonize the United States, but basically to find pathways for developing countries. So where the future demand will come from, it will actually be important to see these are demand centers for these types of energies, but they can also be the supply centers, yeah, because they are the places which have the lowest cost electricity. So this is the hydrogen for the future. Basic decarbonization of European industry and mobility will not all come from Europe. Yeah, so it may come from Middle East, it will come from Africa. The biofuel, if there is, may come from Brazil, from Asia, and from India, etc. So I think the whole thing needs to be equitable. I conclude with maybe saying we are looking at three cross-cutting themes within the Mission Possible platform, and those seem to, besides basically an evaluation of the role of the different energy sources, these are transition finance, yeah, because we all know it's all catch-22. So all of these technologies are more expensive today, and unless they go down the economies of scale curve. So there's a financing need, so there's a transition financing need. And we've heard different, I mean, there's a contract for difference, there is the basically investment tax breaks, there's like, I would say 10 blended finance, there's these different instruments. And I think what is important are that the transition becomes investable and bankable. So there are lots of banks out there which actually are increasingly sustainably minded, but they will only finance if the important risks are covered. And one risk is the offtake risk, basically for any investment into electricity, the offtake risk or in sustainable aviation fuel or in green ammonia. So that actually this plan that you're financing or the asset that you're financing actually will be demanded, and that could either be covered by policy. Yeah, so we talk about mandates, we talk about basically fuel standards, etc. So forcing devices which actually make this create the market, or it could be by corporate commitments. Yeah, for basic corporates that say we want to fly sustainably, or forwarders and shippers saying we only transport green freight, etc. So this is actually an important theme. So I've already covered the second. So we need to aggregate demand for green products. Yeah. So this is a second important one, and the third important one is actually the policy one. And I think. The good thing is in aviation and shipping, we have global regulators, so they actually if they have the confidence to set long-term goals, which is a function of developing countries thinking there's something in it for them as well. Yeah, we have regional regulators in trucking that better should basically, because it's a global supply industry, should align themselves on the pace so that we don't have different standards across the world. So I think this is there's another case for alignment. And I was actually once a part stuck into my mind from the first panel a few hours ago, that what I think Jari said, that less than 10% of NDCs have targets on transport. Yeah, that is actually an important statement. So I think there's a big job for this whole community to be done, to work with their policymakers in the respective countries, that transport can actually decarbonize, and what are the pathways to do that, and give them confidence that actually they should put it into the NDC ahead of the next COP. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks everyone. I would like to have like a quick follow-up questions. I tried to, while the three of you were talking, write down keywords of what you've been talking about. So I have targets, innovation, making sure that there is a ready landscape, standards, coherence, demonstration. One of the questions we had was about carbon pricing, and another one was about COVID. So maybe we can tackle them together. Do you see a role for carbon pricing to enable all these? And do you think COVID is changing these? And so maybe carbon pricing need to be rather replaced by funding for innovation in order to avoid effects which could be detrimental for economic growth from carbon taxes. Do you have any view on these two? And are they related? And maybe we can start from Mariette.
Yeah, at the moment there's in the European Green Deal, the European Commission has proposed the ETS also on housing and on mobility. But what they really want is not clear yet. In my opinion, it's very necessary to keep the standards which we have and the norms, and the ETS will be, the carbon pricing will be on top of what we also already have for policies. Because what I don't think is wise is if you can buy off your credits, for example, in industry, and so there won't be any clean vehicles or clean transport in the future. So it should always be combined to each other. And but if you're telling if we can get a carbon price which we can use for innovation, then that would be perfect. But that system, I think we have to think about how it will be achieved. Then you ask for COVID, will it slow down or will it accelerate the transition? I think both. There are chances because, for example, we are now virtually having this meeting. So the business travels, but the traveling to work is almost halved in the Netherlands, and maybe that's the same worldwide. So that's an opportunity to have our behavior change in the near future. I think it also offers some momentum to invest really in clean transport and also in the heavy duty. But let's be honest, also the small and medium-sized entrepreneurs in the Netherlands, which want to buy, for example, zero-emission vans, are postponing their purchase. So there are both opportunities and threats.
Thank you. And Randall, do you have a view on this?
Certainly. As was already mentioned, the technologies that we're looking at implementing are certainly currently costs more, but also will cost more for at least a decade, and actually much more than a decade. And that's both for the cost of technologies, but also for the operating costs, the cost of the fuels, whether they're synthesized fuels from green electricity, or whether there's a CCS solution. Either way, they're going to cost significantly more than, certainly for maritime, than existing bunker fuels. So there's currently a proposal with the IMO, something called the IMRB, which is the International Maritime R&D Board, and its proposal is for a $2, what they call a levy, to create a $5 billion fund, and that's a $2 per ton of shipping fuel. But that only equates to 66 cents per ton of CO2. So that's certainly not going to change any behaviors. It will raise a small amount of money. From numbers that we've run together with Tristan Smith and his team at UMass, the cost of the transition for maritime is going to be about $1 trillion between 2030 and 2050. So realistically, anything that's going to be meaningfully made to create even an R&D fund, let alone a price that will affect behavior, would have to be at least 20 times that. So you'd have to be looking at something around kind of $30 per ton. That could generate or $40 per ton would generate about 300 billion, which is actually much, much closer to the investment that's required over the next decade to get these technologies teed up. What's interesting is that the private sector is much farther ahead in terms of its ambition than the governments and the regulators here. People may have seen that Trafigura, the large trading company, made a proposal, an open letter to the IMO last week that was suggesting that the industry actually needs a carbon price of $250 to $300 per ton. And so that's really probably the first open proposal that's in the order of magnitude of what is actually required to make this transition happen. And it's another interesting announcement within the past week was that Shell also published a new report on their shipping activities, and they called to the IMO to accelerate its ambitions to full zero by 2050. So the private sector is definitely out front. And there's a need for the policymakers to catch up, and that's going to involve definitely some sort of what they call market-based mechanisms or carbon levy within the maritime sector. Now, what does that mean for COVID? Two quick comments on that. So one, the Global Maritime Forum launched yesterday something called the Global Maritime Issues Monitor, and that's a survey of over 100 plus business leaders. More than half of them are CEOs of shipping companies, a lot of ship owners, port infrastructure, and a whole range of companies. 82% said that that COVID would have more change or would make decarbonization more urgent and make regulation more likely. So within the industry itself, 80+% are saying that COVID is going to make us realize the predicament that we're in. However, that doesn't mean that we're going to get ourselves out of it by just hoping. There's something called Energy Policy Tracker, and they're an NGO, and they do some work on tracking where the policy relief and subsidies are coming from in terms of bailouts related to the COVID-19 pandemic. And from the G20 alone, there have been nearly 400 billion committed to supporting different energy types. But of that, 200 billion plus 207 billion is supporting fossil fuel energy, and only 140 billion supporting clean energy. And these are investments that are really going to last a long period of time. So there's a lot of danger out there that governments are succumbing to lobby groups and others rather than thinking in the long term. And it's important that when we're looking at the structural integrity of these, that we're thinking of the long term, not just the immediate, because the impacts are going to be very long term.
Thank you very much. And the last word is for Christophe, and then we're going to close. We really are at the end of the event. So Christophe, if you can be concise, it would be great.
Yeah, I see we post the hour. So I'll just a minute. Yeah, so global carbon pricing would be great. Yeah, so everybody is saying it would be great. We have global industries in aviation and shipping. the sectors, I mean, both sectors have been dribbled around market-based mechanism, but there isn't a shipping or a aviation carbon price. Would be good to have one, but it's actually a significant undertaking, which we can't wait for. So we always have a policy mix of supply and demand side measures. So in the absence of a global carbon price, so other basically funding mechanisms are being explored. As I said, before, viability gap funding, contract for difference, what have you. Yeah, so I think we need to look broader. It would be great to have a global carbon price. I mean, but it may take. We've been working on this for many years and we don't have one yet. And the one thing about COVID I would want to say is actually, I think COVID has strengthened the joint conviction that resilience is a key value. So we actually see, even though the aviation sector, for example, is basically on its knees, yeah, given the demand actually has gone down and the layoffs and the investment budget cuts, that in order to keep the social license to operate and to convince flyers to come back, that you need to be sustainable. And so we see actually during COVID, Airbus announcing their hydrogen plans, and basically our Clean Skies of Tomorrow coalition actually having a very energetic group of 100 organizations basically say, yes, we need to move towards net zero 2050. The One World Alliance has basically committed to that. I think others will follow. So my short answer would be, yes, I think COVID is hurting, especially the aviation industry, maybe less so shipping and trucking. But we see a renewed commitment to resilience and to long-term, actually, climate commitments.
Thank you all very much, and I think this has been a great conversation. I'll hand over the floor to Paul, and then I'll say a couple of words to just conclude. Paul?
Yeah, thank you very much. Once again, an excellent discussion. Many things I could spark off, but time is against us. So our closing remarks are actually with Pier Paolo. Conscious of time, but Pier Paolo, can you give us a quick few takeaways to send us off into the night? Thank you.
Okay, we'll use just a minute of your time to conclude. I think this was a very interesting panel, a sequence of panels. I would like to thank IRENA for organizing this and for inviting us to contribute. It's clear that transport needs to work closer together with energy, so communities need to come closer. The fact that we are trying to work together on this, I think it's a demonstration that we realize this. We have the intention to expand this cooperation, and we have platforms both in IRENA and ITF that can actually help that, and we will be happy to use them for this purpose. We will continue to work with our members to support them into designing their policy for decarbonization. My understanding is that the same holds for IRENA. It's different speakers flag the importance of international cooperation, so we are spot on in that area. The house of all this for ITF is the Decarbonized Transport Initiative that was already introduced by Jari. One last thing that I would like to flag is that we have in the pipeline at ITF an initiative to build, thanks to funding from the European Commission, platforms to actually discuss this, which with a focus on implementation, so how to implement policies. The policy database we have available is a starting point, and I invite anybody interested in that to get in touch with us, and we would be happy to follow up. Voila, I think that's for me all. Again, thanks to IRENA and to everyone who participated.
Many thanks, Pier Paolo. And in our turn, very many thanks to the ITF. It's been excellent to partner with you. Very many thanks to our diverse range of speakers. I think your point about collaboration is extremely encouraging. I think we're all pushing in the same direction, and I think we'll achieve a lot by working together more closely in the future. So thank you again all. I will bring it to a close. This is the end of day 3 of our 4-day innovation week. You see up on the screen what's still to come. Do consider joining us tomorrow when we have an IRENA Youth Talk. So we're bringing in some of the younger generation to talk about entrepreneurship and innovation for this agenda for decarbonising industry and transport. And so it'd be great to hear their perspectives. And then I'm going to wrap the whole thing up with a session which is taking the discussion a bit broader. We'll have a discussion about the climate implications and link of this agenda with the pathway to a successful COP26. So do come and hear from the COP26 presidency and the climate change champion. And then we will also talk about some of the policy dimensions. You touched on them here today, things like carbon price. We're going to have a bit of a fuller discussion of those things as part of our way forward session tomorrow. Thanks again. Pleasure to hear from you all, and hope to see you all soon. Thank you.